And that will be me. And here I am. Okay, now, is there anything else that needs to be done?
Not for me.
I've admitted it.
That's all I've ever done.
Okay.
You notice? I did. Me. I am so proud of you. Yeah. They get full force from. Okay.
They ready now?
Not today.
Oh, okay.
I'm a prescription here, the attorneys are talking and we're just, okay, so I need to go right now. Thank you. Bye.
Hey, kids. Hey, kids. Get that? What the seat? Yeah, man. What the seat is this? Parker. Yes. Yes. Hold on for a minute. Other provisions that my client It's it's 313 456 4600. Yes. You're welcome. Yes, Your Honor, my client was in a bond, July, I sent a letter to the board. He has no prior felony record whatsoever. No outstanding warrants. Your Honor, I'd have another provision that he is not a flight risk, lifelong resident. There's been no claim for this violation.
In this case, my client.
Thank you, everybody stay safe.
What time is your exam set to go?
9:30, I think.
Okay. Am I stepping for you with the keys?
That'll be fine.
Your client here?
He's locked.
Oh, of course, yeah. Let's say you're naturally here. He's here naturally. show.
I'm always asking you, I actually have a meeting.
Yeah.
Just let you know, about 5 more minutes, he'll be ready. Look at
I
the
have
record,
other
we'll
ones. I
bring
need more.
the guy out.
This is better than-
This is mine.
We've got one that was scheduled 9 o'clock, hasn't showed up, so I'll do the kid research and that one.
That's perfect.
Okay?
I know he's got one. Well, that's usually my case.
Yes, correct.
Although in this case, that would. Really sounds right, or here.
Yeah, she's here.
No, but that's probably why he's not. Fine, we should. Yeah, I hate these cases. On the one hand, they're easy, except half of them get
Some of
dismissed,
them.
but the rest of them are just so messy. And neither side is it, like, on the one hand, you've got the abuser, but then you've also got the victim slash enabler. Like, it's tough because you've got like that whole fabric wounds and everything that interact with it. But it's just like, how do you extract someone from that situation? Like, stop putting yourself in this position.
Kim and Sean, I have Is it taste like beer?
I don't, sometimes with like the newer relationships I wonder that, with like the older ones, it's probably just like this one.
Well, I have one on Thursday that's like pretty bad. And she didn't want to go forward and I signed it anyway because convinced that if we do, we'll get us all like he's gonna kill her. And I finally got a hold of her and she was like, listen, I have 6 kids and I am super pregnant and no one will hire me and he's the only one that works. Like, what do you want? She's like, I'm not telling you it didn't happen. I'm not excusing you to make yourself. Literally, what do you want me to do? And I'm like, I mean, I don't know what to tell you.
I want you to live.
I'm like, I understand where you're coming from, but you need to understand where I'm coming from, which is that who's gonna take care of your 6 kids when you are dead?
I do like that term of art, though, super pregnant.
I'm only medium pregnant right now, so.
Well, that's like when people are a little bit pregnant.
Oh, no, I would say my wife probably falls into the super pregnant category.
When are you due?
May, like, 14th.
Oh, yeah, you're actively.
We're probably gonna be, a little early.
This is just the first one? We're measuring ahead, but my doctor keeps telling me, don't hold your breath, you're gonna go early.
I guess it depends on how you're doing it, like, I think we're gonna be C-section, so we're gonna schedule it, so it's,
Yeah.
Basic.
Anything to do with DNA.
I don't love my baby.
No, other people do. I just never wanted to birth mine.
That's all right.
I wasn't against like having children, like I didn't do children. If somebody wants to.
That's how my friend Caitlin is. That's like exactly how she is. She's like, no, I don't know if you necessarily opposed to adopting a child or having someone else carry my child, but I just don't.
They wanna go through the process.
And the thing is I wasn't like that until I got pregnant and I was like, oh man, this might be an only child.
So that's what we've been discussing too, like, trying to figure out how many they have. I'm like, considering how hard this one's been, I'm like, you really wanna do this shit again?
Please rise. Fourth District Court's now in session. Will Brian Oakley presiding?
Good morning.
Good morning,
Morning,
Judge.
Judge.
Have a seat.
I'm on, Judge.
All right, People versus Timothy King.
Ready, Judge?
Appearances?
Good morning, Your Honor. Darian Fortier on behalf of the people, PA 3359.
And good morning, Judge, from Neighborhood Defender Service, Jonathan Hortis, P 78948, on behalf of Mr. Timothy King. Mr. King is not present, Judge.
At this time, the people move for Acacius.
Thank you. Okay, there's no bond on the file, so nothing to be forfeited. We'll issue a bench warrant. Anything else?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, stay safe.
You too.
Oh, Dan, I got you a copy of the docket.
Okay, good, thanks. All right, this one's done. Larry's ready on Ollie. Joe and I will go across the hall and
It's
bring
been
him.
so long, Judge.
Hey Larry,
How are you?
wonderful. How you been?
I've been good. Oh, look, you have a sign and everything. 34th District Court.
It's for the Zoomers.
Aha, but very good.
Can I take my laptop?
Hmm?
Can I take-
Absolutely.
I can't stand those things.
You know, I found that the disposable ones are actually easier for me to deal with than the non-disposable. I like the idea of wash and reuse, but I think that these actually are lighter weight and they breathe better.
I feel like I'm suffocating.
Good morning, council.
Morning, Mr. Parker.
Oh, you know what? I need to grab my phone from next door. Let me grab my computer.
Is your guy in custody?
Yes, he is.
Here, bring it in.
It's supposed to be 72 degrees this afternoon, and I am freezing.
It started getting a little warm in my office, believe it or not. For some reason, they think that they need to have cooler weather in the courtroom and in the judge and mine offices.
Good morning, Mr. Ollie. Have a seat next to Mr. Parker, please.
Can I take this Zoom, it'll take 2 minutes. Your Honor,
What's that?
take this Zoom hearing, it'll take 2 minutes.
Yeah, go ahead. Good. Mr. Parker had another Zoom going on another tablet, so I said, go
Well,
ahead.
yeah, because Mr. Parker and I were in a Zoom too. We're waiting for them to call us on sentencing in front of Judge Slavin, so. That's how it goes these days. They figured out a way to make us in 3 places at once.
That's what I've been saying. Zoom fixed the trial lawyer's age-old problem.
How to be in 2 places at once.
Larry, will you pull that mic under there for you so I can hear you?
You really want to hear me on it?
Got to.
How's that?
Thank you.
Are you picking me up now?
Yeah, better. Thank you.
Great. How have things been going out here? Is this like the first week of resumption of live, or what? You've been live for about a month now, huh?
Dabbling.
We haven't had any though.
Nothing's going.
We've had them scheduled, but they,
Scheduled, not-
for some reason, weren't going. Either somebody didn't show or,
I think June or July, we're gonna be pretty close to fully operational again, with as many people as are getting the vaccine now. Then we're gonna clear the backlog, and it's gonna take 3 years.
How long?
3 years. I guess 3, well, maybe not in this court, but my backlog, I don't think.
We ready?
I'm all set.
All right.
One thing. Got
Gentlemen,
2 more
appearances
things.
on the People versus Desmond Ollie.
Good morning, Your Honor. Larry King for the People, P78774.
Good morning. NDS Detroit by James Parker on behalf of Mr. Ollie, P53832.
Thank you, gentlemen. Have a seat.
All right.
And I know it's been a while since you've been in my courtroom, guys, but you don't have to jump to talk. It's okay if you do jump to talk. If you can stay seated, that's fine with me. And as far as masks, I'm okay with them on. I'm okay with them off. I think we've got a lot of distance and the screen's up. So whatever makes you comfortable. And with all that, are we ready to get started?
Yes, Your Honor.
I'm ready.
People will call it Anastasia Roberson.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, what was the name?
Roberson.
Anastasia Roberson. I'll have her spell it for you on the record.
All the way up front. Miss Roberson, watch your step right here. There's an incline. You can sit right here. I want you to raise your right hand for me. You swear or affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Have a seat right here. tape over this. And Ms. Roberson, I'm gonna tell you what I told the attorney. I think we've got enough distance, so if you're okay, mask on, mask off, whatever makes you comfortable. If you leave it on and you're muffled, then I might ask you to take it off, so we'll just see how your voice comes through the mask. Mr. King, your witness?
Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you.
Okay, if I ever come across muffled because of the mask, let me know, okay? Your Honor, may I be seated? Question of the witness. Ma'am, could you state your full name for the record and spell your first and last name so the court gets it right in their papers?
Anastasia Roberson, Anastasia
Last name?
Roberson.
Thank you, ma'am. How do you know Mr. Desmond Oakley?
Ex-relationship,
Okay, when you say ex-relationship, when did you meet him?
about a year ago.
Okay. And what did you do with him? What was the status of that relationship?
Just a regular relationship.
Did you ever become intimate with him?
Yes.
Hey, you
Did
have to
you-
keep your voice way up, okay?
Did you date him?
Yes.
As of the 24th of September, 2020, what was the status of your relationship with Mr. Owl?
Broken up, he was an ex at the time.
So I want to turn your attention to that date, 24th of September, 2020. Where were you that evening?
At the Red Roof
Okay, where was that red roof located?
in Belleville.
Okay, would that be 95501 North I-94 Service Drive in Van Buren Township?
Yes.
What was the reason for you being at that hotel then?
Just had to leave my home because to my house.
You came to your house?
He came to my house, so I had to leave my home because I got a room.
When did he come to your house?
I want to say approximately, I know it was after 6 p.m., but I don't know the exact time.
What about that visit to your house caused you to feel like you needed to go get a hotel room?
He came clearly hostile, so
You say clearly hostile. Can you tell us what he was doing, saying, what made you believe he was hostile?
yelling from outside the house, talking to my roommates from outside of the house about the situation,
What situation?
us breaking up.
When did you officially break up?
Prior to that, about 2 months prior to that,
So, did he say anything? What exactly did he say? Do you remember any specific things that he said to you?
exact wording.
Did he threaten you?
I don't remember any threats. I remember him going to the back of my vehicle, which was parked in the driveway. And,
What did he do?
I was on the patio at that time, so doors were closed. I could hear him yelling. The rest of my roommates were in the house, so we went to the back of my vehicle at the time. The back window of my vehicle was shattered because of him. So I don't know. He had put something. I don't know if he had went to the back and put something in my trunk, or he just went and took a look in my trunk. But he did go to the back of my car. That's right.
So about what time did you get this room at the Red Roof?
It was right after that. I had a friend come pick me up, take me there.
And who was that friend?
Angela.
What's Angela's last
And
name? So, Red Roof, is it multiple stories? Is it one story? How's it situated?
it looks about three stories.
Do you remember where you were in the Red Roof then?
Yeah, we were right in front of our room. Our room was on the bottom level.
So your room was on the bottom level. Did it have a door that you could access directly from outside, or did you need a hallway?
Yes, we were right in front of our door.
Okay. So when you say we were right in front of her door, who was there with you?
Angela.
And where were you in relation to the door?
I was on the passenger side of the vehicle.
Okay. So you were in a vehicle?
Yes,
And how was the vehicle parked?
facing the room.
Facing. Were you in the front or the back of the vehicle?
I was in the front. I was in the passenger
Front
side.
passengers. And where was Angela?
Angela was in the driver's seat.
And did you again make contact with Mr. Allen?
Yes.
Okay, how did that happen?
He came to the driver's side, he handshook with Angelo, and he leaned forward to look to see who was in the front seat, which was me, and we made eye contact.
Okay. So did he approach you on foot or was he in a vehicle?
He was on foot.
So after he made eye contact with you, what did he do?
He just said, he looked at me and he said, it's like that, and took the weapon out and he began shooting.
Okay, so I'd like to talk about the
Hold
weapon.
on, you're gonna have to use your outdoor voice,
Yeah.
because you're
He
very
looked-
quiet.
He looked at me and he said, it's like that, and he took his weapon out, and he began shooting in the air, and then he began shooting at the vehicle.
So you said he took his weapon out. What type of weapon are we speaking about?
It looks like just a handgun, I can't say the exact, but it did have an extended clip on the end.
Okay. Do you remember what color it was?
I can't even hear you.
I'm
4
sorry, I
feet away.
can't identify the color. So I don't remember the color.
Now, was it night at this point in time?
Yes.
Were there any lights in the parking lot?
Somewhat kind of from the rooms, but not so much.
Were you able to clearly see this person?
Yes,
And this person, who was it?
that's me.
Now, the person that you identified as Desmond, the person that you saw that night, you see him in court today?
Yeah.
Can you please tell the court where he's seated and what he is wearing? Just for the record, she nodded her head in the direction of the defense table.
Noted,
Will the record reflect identification, Your Honor?
yes.
So what exactly did he do when he pulled this? Oh, first of all, you said he pulled it weapon. Where did he pull it from?
Looked like his either from under his waistband or either out his pocket.
Okay. And what exactly was the next thing he did after he pulled the weapon?
After he began shooting, he shot, I believe, twice in the air, and then he started shooting.
Now, where was he standing when he was shooting at the vehicle?
He was shooting directly, he was standing directly next to the driver.
By the driver's door? And were you able to see the gun, position of the gun when he was shooting?
Hold on, Larry.
Live streaming.
Go ahead.
Were you able to see the positioning of the gun when he was shooting?
Yes,
And how was the gun aimed?
he began first in the air twice,
Okay.
and, while we were trying to hurry up and get exit, Angelo was able to reverse, and so we were then at the position to where Desmond was facing the car and we were facing him,
Okay,
and then he began shooting at the front of the car.
okay.
At the grill.
So Angelo reversed the vehicle. And he was positioned where at that point in time? Mr. Ali was positioned where at that point in time?
At the front of the car.
And the shots were fired in what direction?
In the beginning, they were shot in the air.
Right.
And by the time we reversed and we were head on with Desmond, he began shooting at the grill of the car.
How did you feel during this encounter?
Unexplainable.
What happened next?
We ended up, he was able to put the car back in life and stab the car up, but then Desmond continued to shoot toward the back of the car.
So he pulled the car out and what happened after that?
And after that, we just found the nearest gas station.
Ma'am, have you had any contact with Mr. Ali since this incident occurred?
Yes.
When was the last time you had contact with Mr. Ali?
Someone called me from, I don't know if it was on the third grade, pretending to be a CPS worker. And connected me with Desmond.
Okay, and when you were connecting with Mr. Ali, did he say, or what if anything did he say or do?
He just began to say that he was sorry for everything that happened and he hoped that all is well when he gets out.
Did he ever talk about your testimony to him?
He had friends reach out. My messages, friends reaching out, asking not to testify and not to go to court.
Those were friends mutual between you and Mr. Ali? When was the last time you received such a message?
About a month ago.
Ma'am, thank you so much for being here today. Those are the questions I have for you, Mr. Parker may have some.
Ma'am. Ma'am, so you said that you and Mr. Ollie had broken up 2 months prior to September 24th, is that correct?
Yes,
And then on the day of September 24th, you said you had contact with Mr. Ollie at your home?
yes,
And this is a home where you and Mr. Ali had been there, had shared a residency or something like that before?
I rented a room at, yes, I rented a room. But once they shared, because I was paying the rent, he didn't pay.
But this room that you're saying that you rented
After
is,
we broke up, it was already establishment to where he was not supposed to be allowed back in the house from our landlord.
okay then. So this particular room that you're talking about now is different from this Red Roof Inn, is that correct?
Yes, this is just, I'm talking about a room in a resident home
Okay,
where I live.
very good. So that particular point in time, we're still talking about September 24th. You said that Mr. Ali came to your room or
He came to the room of my house to
the
begin
room
with,
at your
and
house.
that's what made me go to the Red Roof room. And he
Okay.
followed me there as well.
When he came to the room at your house, how did you see him first? Where did you first see him or notice him?
I was getting out the shower and my roommates was talking to him. So I heard his voice in the distance, so I went back to my room.
So your roommate is a female or a male?
No, I don't remember who was there. I believe it was Mel.
And at this point in time, did you see or make contact, eye-to-eye contact with Mr. Ali at your home?
Yes,
Okay, did you speak to him?
I did.
All right. Did you see Mr. Ali leave your residence, meaning walk away, drive away, something like that?
I don't. I remember, his friend his friend was parked outside. I don't recall him leaving or walking. I just remember when I left, his friend's vehicle was still parked there.
Well, you described how you felt that Mr. Ali walked around to your car.
Which is the view of my patio is where I could directly see my car in the driveway.
And I want to talk about the views, what are your eyesights and stuff. Okay, you can see the patio that you just described and your car.
Mhm.
Is your car in the driveway?
Yes,
All right then. Can you see the side of is it a house that you're living in, a home?
yes,
Can you see outside the side of your house?
yes,
Can you see the front of your house?
yes,
Okay then. So you saw you're saying that you saw Mr. Ali go to your car.
yes.
All right. Where did he go after that?
After that, he looked like he walked back to the front. And after that, I just went back in my room and tried to figure out where I was gonna go after that.
Okay, you didn't, how many people were in that house at the time? You remember?
I don't recall the exact number.
Well, this male, how old is he? Older than you? Older than you?
His name is Chris.
Okay. Was Chris watching? Do you know?
I'm sorry.
Was Chris watching? Did you know? Did you all talk about it?
Dad go to the car?
Yeah, Desmond or anything, right? Because you're saying that you're having a confrontation. Is that fair to say?
I wouldn't even say confrontation because I was scared to come outside.
Okay, but before that, when Mr. Ali comes to the house, he's talking to either your roommate and he says something to you, maybe, I don't know, you're not sure, right?
At the time, he was looking for something he left back at the house.
So, okay, so you just felt he was looking for something.
That's what was said to my roommate.
Okay, did you feel uncomfortable at that point in time? Did you feel scared?
Uncomfortable when he came to yes.
Yeah, you felt uncomfortable once he came to your place?
Yes.
Okay, so did you keep your eye on him all the time while he was there?
I
And
had my child in the room. I'm like, I have to get this situated. I have to get out. we've had a lot of situations.
I know you had a lot of things going on. Well, okay then, so now you got a roommate, right?
Right.
Okay then, so did you tell your roommate, hey, man, check him out
They
or
don't like to
keep
be
things going?
involved, and they didn't want to be involved.
They don't want to be involved,
They
okay.
didn't want to be involved.
So my question is, did you ever see Mr. Ali leave that particular location? We're talking about your place.
I didn't see him leave, but I did see him later that night at the room.
Well, I understand that part, that you're talking about the red roofing, right?
Yes.
Okay, that part. Talking about your location at your
I did
home.
not see him leave.
Did you see the car that he came
I
in?
did see the car that came in,
All right
and
then,
I seen it when I left.
you did. What time after you observed Mr. Ali in the patio or whatever, did you leave your home?
I want to say approximately about an hour after that.
An hour after that?
Hour after that.
Now, when he came the first time, was it light out? Do you remember what time it was?
It was getting dark.
It was getting dark. When you left, was it dark? Your home?
Yes.
Okay. How far is it between your home and that Red Roof Inn, in terms of miles?
Now, it's probably about, I can't say miles, I give you estimate time
Yeah,
in minutes.
Because what are you in, Ypsilanti?
We were in Wayne at the time.
You were in Wayne? Is the Red Roof Inn in Wayne?
Then was in Belleville.
In Belleville? Okay then. So it's some distance.
Yeah, it's about. I wanna say-
Was there any particular reason why you picked that Red Roof Inn?
Oh, no. We were just trying to find the closest.
Okay. You and Mr. Ali had never been to that location before?
Yes, we have.
You had? So you go to that particular location, and as you're going there, do you go and check in first, or how does that happen? How do
We
you,
went to plenty places before we went to the Red Roof.
so you went to several places,
We went to my mother's house back in Ypsilanti
okay?
first to grab some of my belongings. So we went to my mother's house, then we went to the gas station, then we went back to my house. Cause I had to, at the time, my car was, like I said, my back window was shattered. So Angelo had to follow me home. I didn't wanna leave my car at my house for it to be further damaged or anything. So I had him follow me to my parents' house to drop my car off there.
Okay.
And so after doing that, all of that, we spent about, I wanna say about a good hour or 2 hours just downtown before we got to the room.
Okay, then, so it's fair to say you did a number of things, you went to a number of places before you went to that Red Roof Inn. Okay. So you get there maybe about an hour sometime after that, right? Somewhere around there, hour and a half,
Yeah.
somewhere in there,
somewhere
no
around.
problem. Did you go in and you check the room in, or how did you get the room? Let me ask you that. Did you do it online? Did you go in? Did you have to check in? How does that work?
We had to check in to get our room keys.
Okay, yes, check in to get your room key.
Yes.
Then I assume the check-in place is different from where your actual room is.
Correct.
Okay, how far away is that?
About a 2-minute walk from our room.
All right. Red Roof Inn, I know the name, what is it? They have like a lot of rooms, a nice big complex.
Yeah, they're all have their own personal entrances.
Yep, and they're all connected, okay. So, all of a sudden, and was Mr. Hammond at your home during the period of time that Mr. Ali was there at your home?
No,
Was Mr. Hammond there any period of time between the time that Mr. Ali was there until you left? Did he come by?
I'm sorry.
When did Mr. Hammond come by and pick you up? Did he come by and pick you up, or did you meet him? Let me ask you that.
No, he came by to pick me up to follow my car to take me to my parents' house.
Okay, then. When you get to the Red Roof Inn, did you ever see Mr. Ali before that point in time? Meaning that after he had left your house, did you see him in between that time?
No.
So the next time you saw Mr. Ali is that he just appeared at the Red Roof Inn
Correct,
and he started talking to Mr. Hammond.
correct.
It was dark, it was at nighttime, is that correct?
Mhm.
Describe what you believe to be the lighting in that particular parking lot.
Like I said, it was lights coming from the rooms, but when when it's nighttime, you can see faces, you can see it, especially when you're close.
Okay, then, that's fine, but is it fair to say it was sort of dark outside?
Yes,
Okay, then.
it was nighttime.
And you know Mr. Ali, obviously, and you just described some of his friends.
Mhm.
Now, are these friends people that are just friends with Mr. Ali, or are they friends with you and Mr. Ali? How is that?
Depends on what friends you're talking about.
Okay, well, you talked about friends that were reaching out to you.
Mhm.
Are those friends that you have in common?
No,
Okay, then. These are Mr. Ali's friends.
correct,
You know Mr. Ali's friends?
correct.
May I have a second, Your Honor?
Sure.
Did Chris ever go with you? Chris is your roommate at your home, right?
Mhm.
Did he ever go with you and Mr. Hammond doing any of these errands before you get to,
No, he doesn't even know Angelo.
he doesn't know Angelo? Okay. Is Angelo your boyfriend?
No,
Okay. Is what's Chris' last name? Do you know?
Trail,
Trail, Trail?
Trelle.
Is he a friend of Mr. Ali?
No,
No?
I'm not sure what they're.
You're not
I
sure?
just was renting a room and he's the owner of the house. So the only relation me and Chris have is date month to month, my rent obligation.
Okay. I thought that you sort of said he was a roommate. Did I miss that?
I mean, I don't know what the cipher,
Sure.
it's just, I would consider him a roommate because he's there, he pops in and out. But as far as us being friends, I wouldn't consider us being friends.
Okay. When Mr. Ali was there, did he have any confrontation with Chris?
Yes, they were talking, I don't know what they were talking about.
Well, would you say they were talking, did it get elevated?
Yes, I remember Desmond's, tone getting louder, but I couldn't recall what was exactly being said.
Were they fighting at all?
I don't think they were arguing, but I believe that Chris was trying to get him to leave.
Okay. Did you see any of each other put their hands on each other?
No,
Did you put your hands on Mr. Ali?
no,
There was no type of stabbing or anything like that going on that you know of?
not that night.
Not that night? How soon was that going on in relationship to this September 24th date? Just
So,
approximation.
The night of when,
I just want to ask for clarification here really quickly. How soon was what going down?
Well, she.
Sounds like there was a stabbing.
Yeah,
Okay,
right.
I just wanted to know what the that and the that.
I thought we were
Is that
talking
your
about
understanding, ma'am?
the
That's what we're
stabbing.
talking about now is when,
that didn't happen that night.
Right,
That was a
So
whole
I-
different situation.
right. So I'm just asking you, in relationship, a date, was it the day before?
That was about a week. There were so many incidents that those 2 weeks alone with police and with just him alone. So I can't actually put a date on it.
So at the actual Red Roof, you said that it was dark, but nevertheless, there was some lighting. This lighting might have just been only coming from the rooms. That's fair to say?
Yes.
Yes or no? Okay then. So when you say that Mr. Ali was there anybody else there?
No, not that he didn't come with me, right?
He didn't come with anybody. Okay, was he there with anybody that you feel that that was there? Was there anybody out there standing? Was there anybody, did you see him come from a vehicle?
When we left, Chris' vehicle was at the check-in, where we check in at the lobby, Chris' vehicle was parked there.
Now, when you say Chris, is this Chris Curl?
It's the same Chris,
So he did get to that red roof.
yes, and I believe Chris was the one who took me.
So, and what type of vehicle does Chris drive?
Silver Kia, so
Did you tell Chris you were going to the red roof?
didn't tell nobody.
You didn't tell anybody. So everybody just all of a sudden gets to the red roof.
Not everybody, just me, and what I thought, just me and Angelo were going to the roof.
Yeah, I understand that, but it seems like participants beforehand are all there at the red roof all of a sudden.
Not only that, we went to many places before we got to Red Roof.
I know.
So I was confused as well.
And that's the point I'm making. So you said that you alleged that you fired a couple of shots in the air. And when this was happening, was he near or touching the car? Like, was he right there?
Mr. Carter, do that. When you go, it's hard to determine if that's a or a
Oh, no,
So-
I'm just confirming that he's correct.
Yeah, I know.
On
Just
that.
try to do that
I'm
with a
just
yes or a
asking you
no.
answered yes
Oh,
or no.
okay, got it.
Please.
Yeah, you have to say yes, because we can't, they're typing things.
Okay,
So if I'm next, here's the car here, and you're alleging that Mr. Ali is coming up to the car, is he right next to the car when he fires these two shots?
yes, he does step back before he does fire.
And he fires them up in the air,
Mhm.
just like
That was a
that.
yes.
Yes,
Thank you.
I'm so sorry. I keep
All right.
Yes,
Then they take off, the vehicle takes off? Mr.
You and Angelo.
Yeah, the person that, you're Hammond.
he's able to reverse, but Desmond is still in the front of the car, and at this point, where his back wheels is on the curb, so he's just trying to hurry up and not get, I don't know, it was like a delayed couple seconds. It happened so fast, I can't really like say in every detail, but
But you did say though, that he shot twice in the air.
yep.
Then you said that he fired into the grill.
And that was when, after we had reversed and we were in reverse,
Okay,
and we were facing Desmond.
right, and you saw him just point fire down to the grill. That fair to say?
Yes,
You gotta say yes.
Yes.
Said don't say no. Yes?
yes.
Okay. One more second, yeah? Okay. I have no further questions at this
Mr.
time.
King.
So just a couple of follow-ups, and again, if you have trouble hearing me, let me know. When he was in front of the vehicle firing into the grill, were the headlights of the vehicle on?
I can't.
Okay, were you able to see him clearly at that point?
Yes,
Ma'am, when he came up to the passenger or the driver's side of the vehicle, how close did he get to the vehicle? Did he touch the vehicle?
not that I recall.
How close were you to him when he approached the vehicle?
To start with.
Yeah.
The door was open, literally hand shook, Angelo.
So could you get an estimation,
I'll say about 4 steps.
4 steps between the two of you? Was there anything impeding your vision at that point in time? And are you certain of who you saw? And are you certain it was Mr. Al?
Yes,
Ma'am, I just want to go back to this. You left the home where you were staying to get a motel room, and you testified earlier that that was out of fear, is that right?
correct.
Why were you so afraid of Mr. Al?
Like I said, multiple incidents. I had just had an incident a week before, just me and my son sleeping, and just popped up to my home.
And what did he do to you?
He choked me unconscious, and I ended up passing out with my son in my arms.
How many times had Mr. Ali assaulted you in the past?
I think that's a number of,
Had he ever choked you before that incident?
yes,
Had you ever lost consciousness because of him before that incident?
no,
Had he ever used any weapons against you previously?
no.
You mentioned that the back of your vehicle was damaged. When did that occur?
That happened about that week before.
And who did that damage?
Definitely.
Just let me check my notes really quick. You would, add nothing further. Nothing further. Thank you so much.
Mr. Parker, anything else?
I have nothing at this time.
Could I ask this witness be excused?
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Mr. Robertson, you are free to leave. Thank you. Watch your step on the way down.
Mr. Robertson, are you going to wait or are you going to take off? What? Okay, I'll call you later this afternoon. Thank you. Your Honor, calling next witness, Sergeant Stanton.
No. Gotta wait for a trial. Talk about things at trial.
Is that your report?
Yes.
Can I have it? Let me know if you lose your memory, okay?
Good morning.
Swear affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
Have a seat. Mask on or off, whatever makes you happy.
All right.
Go ahead, Mr. King.
Sir, could you please state your full name for the record of the court?
Jeffrey Stanton.
And how are you employed, sir?
I'm a police sergeant with the Van Buren Township Police Department.
How long have you been with Van Buren Township PD?
Just under 13 years.
I want to turn your attention to September 24th of 2020. Were you working that day?
Yes.
And what shift were you working?
Night shift.
Sir, did there come a time when, well, first of all, what is the night shift?
6 p.m. to 6 a.m.
Did there come a time that night when you arrived at 45501 North I-94 Service Drive, the Red Roof Inn?
Yes.
And how did you make it to that location?
Overheard radio transmission that Officer Daniels was across the street at the mobile with people that advised they were involved in a shooting. And then as I was starting to drive that way, 911 received several calls about a shooting that just happened at the Red Roof Inn.
Okay.
So I responded to the Red Roof Inn.
So when you responded to the Red Roof Inn, where at the inn did you respond? Where did you go?
Ended up being outside of room 139.
And how did you know that was the location to go to?
There's other residents, tenants, hotel guests that kind of directed us in that area.
Were there any other officers on the scene?
Officer Mowbray went to the Red Roof Inn.
And what was your role in this investigation, sir?
Initially, we went to the Red Roof to see if there's any victims or any suspects still on scene, gather information. While we were there, located some shell casings in the parking lot.
Okay.
So from there on, I took the role of evidence technician.
So you said you located some shell casings in the park.
Yes.
Where in the park?
The building, there's a sidewalk, a grassy area, and then the parking lot directly outside of 139
And where were these shell casings located?
in the park,
Where specifically in the park?
directly in front of 139.
Were they located all together or were they in different locations?
They were spread out a little bit,
And how many shell casings in total were located?
5,
And what type of shell casings?
9 millimeter.
Did you observe any additional damage?
After we were done at the Red Roof Inn, I went to the mobile gas station where Officer Daniels was speaking to a couple subjects. And I noticed observed that there was damage to the front grille of, it was a black Audi.
So you went to the mobile gas station?
Yep.
Officer Daniels was there?
Yes, sir.
Were there any witnesses there?
Yes,
And where were the witnesses?
They were seated in the car.
They were seated in the car, okay. And did you look over this car for damage?
Yes, I did.
And what specific damage did you note?
There was damage on the front, bottom part of the front grille, the front fascia area.
What type of damage?
I'd call it consistent with a bullet hole damage.
Was there damage anywhere else on the vehicle?
I didn't see anything else.
How many incidents of damage were there? Were you able to see how many spots were damaged?
On the vehicle?
Yes.
Just one, from what I saw.
Just 1 second, sir. Nothing further.
Mr. Parker.
Stanton, did you make out a full report on this particular incident?
Yes, I wrote something on it.
Did you? I just don't have it. I see, the report written by Vestananje.
Yeah, that's my name, Stanton J, yes. VB Stanton J would be Van Buren Stanton.
Oh, okay, that's where the confusion is and stuff. It's all one word all together.
That's
So
all.
what is your name?
Jeff Stanton.
Jeff Stanton. Okay, I got it. I have no further questions.
Mr. King?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Sergeant, free to leave?
He is.
Mr. Parker?
I have no questions, sir.
Thank you. Watch your step.
No further witnesses, Your Honor.
Anything from the defense?
I have nothing.
Let's have some argument then.
1 second, Your Honor.
Yeah.
Sorry, I just gotta make sure I have my notes. The people move for bind over. As to the counts of assault with intent to do murder, or assault with intent to murder, the testimony here today from Ms. Roberson is that while at the Red Roof Inn, she was approached by the suspect on foot, who made contact with both her and Angelo Hammond, who were inside the vehicle. He drew a weapon, and after firing 2 shots in the air, he fired shots into that vehicle. He fired shots into that vehicle. The vehicle then reversed. He was in front of the vehicle and he fired additional shots into the vehicle. And then if you recall, when she continued to testify, as they drove away, he continued to fire into the vehicle. She in fact testified that the shots were fired at the vehicle, at the driver's side door, at the front of the vehicle, and then as he drove away. A total of 5 shots were fired based on the shell casings collected. If 2 of those were in the air, at least 3 of those were at the vehicle itself. So when you discharge a weapon into a motor vehicle after seeing 2 individuals seated in the front of that motor vehicle, and you aim the weapon at that vehicle and you discharge your gun into it, that is evidence of intent to harm the people in that vehicle. When you aim a gun at a vehicle occupied by passengers and pull the trigger, your intent is demonstrated by your actions, and your actions speak so much louder than anything else. You are discharging a deadly weapon into a vehicle occupied by 2 persons, both of whom you've seen in the front of that vehicle. Your Honor, the evidence in this case supports intent to commit murder. He discharged a deadly weapon at a motor vehicle with occupants in the vehicle. He discharged it at the driver's door, according to Ms. Roberson. He discharged it at the front of the vehicle, and as the vehicle attempted to flee, he continued to discharge at the vehicle. If his intent was simply to scare these people, he did discharge into the air, but that wasn't enough to discharge into the air. He turned the weapon to the vehicle and discharged it. And even if Your Honor doesn't believe that this evidence supports intent to murder, at the very least, it supports intent to do great bodily harm. As again, what do you intend when you discharge a weapon into an occupied vehicle? You intend to harm the occupants of that vehicle. Your actions speak incredibly loudly. At the absolute very least, this weapon was used to place the occupants of that vehicle in fear, supporting charges of assault with a dangerous weapon. Your Honor, and the felony firearms flow from that. It's very clear based on the testimony of the witness that a gun was used. A firearm was produced from either a waistband or a pocket and was discharged in the commission of these felonies. So the felony firearm counts follow the additional felony counts of assault with intent to murder. Mr. Hammond and Ms. Roberson assault with a dangerous weapon as to Ms. Hammond and Ms. Roberson. Your Honor, additionally, the people would move to add a count of witness bribery, intimidation, or interfering, MCL 750-1127A, to wit the defendant.
I'm sorry, back up with the MCL.
750-1127A, to wit the defendant did willfully impede, interfere, prevent, obstruct, or attempt to willingly impede, interfere, prevent, or obstruct the ability of a witness to testify or provide information. Ms. Roberson testified that friends of Mr. Ali, not friends of hers, not mutual friends, but friends of Mr. Ali, contacted her and discouraged her from testifying today. She testified that Mr. Ali disguised himself via a three-way call and testified and contacted her directly. I think that supports evidence that Mr. Ali attempted to interfere or willingly interfere with her testimony here today. So I would add to move that charge at exam. Additionally, I would move to add a charge of carrying a concealed weapon, CCW. I will get the statutory site for you there.
We do one at a time.
Carrying a concealed weapon, 750-227. The testimony is that Mr. Ali produced this pistol from a concealment on his person, either in a pocket or a waistband. Again, we're talking about the fact that we had an open passenger door, a handshake, mere feet away from each other. And the witness clearly testified that she saw Mr. Ali draw this weapon from either a waistband or a pocket from a place of concealment on his person, which supports evidence that he was, at the time of the offense, carrying the weapon concealed on his person. So I would move to add that charge of CCW as well.
Mr. Parker, your turn.
Okay, well, I'm gonna start with the witness intimidation. Evidently, I didn't hear it correct. I know she testified that she felt that friends of Mr. Ali called her or whatever, but I felt that she had testified that possibly a CPS worker called or whatever. But the bottom line is, I don't feel that she testified that my client had any direct connection in trying to intimidate her or make her not come to court. And I feel that the people are just making a big leap when they start to say, well, friends of a defendant called and said certain things. The bottom line is, she did testify that she had friends in common. And from her testimony, it's not clear exactly who's friends and what side they actually fall on and stuff. But nevertheless, I feel that the people did not make out enough evidence to add that charge of intimidation. My client has been locked up all through this whole process, and she knows and she has testified that she has this type of a relationship with my client, and she's not wanting to deal with him directly. So she didn't have to deal with him directly. If she's outside and she claims that my client somehow called her or talked to her. But the bottom line is, I thought she said a CPS worker, and that's the reason why the two got together. But nevertheless, the main charges of assault with the intent to murder, the people are trying to preclude to argue against what they know I'm going to be arguing about, which is that he did not commit, or there's no assault with intent to murder. There's no intent to kill. You have a situation where he, if you believe the testimony, at the very least, is standing next to the car. He shoots up in the air, then he backs away as the car backs away, shoots right down at the grill, and there was no testimony. I don't know if the people are using it as a term of art, about the fact that he's shooting into the car. But there was no testimony, I believe, coming from the complaining witness. She said that he shot into the grill. She had Officer Stanton get on the stand, and that's where he said he believed he saw something in the radiator. We all know how that is on the lower part of the vehicle. I maintain that my client did not intend to kill, murder. That's the charge. He's standing right there. And I know the prosecutor always argues you can't reward him for a bad shot, but he's right next to the vehicle. He's standing right there next to the vehicle. And the bottom line is, if he wanted to shoot into the car, that certainly could have happened. But he's fired down there on the ground, and the first couple of shots were in the air. So there was no intent to harm, which is the bodily harm that they want to add, and there certainly was no intent to murder in this particular situation. So we're asking that those charges be dismissed, and we will use a question of fact on the charges of assault with felonious assault with a deadly weapon.
Anything as to the added charge of CCW?
This added charge of CCW, again, I thought she testified that the weapon that she described was something with a long clip, an extended clip or extended, I don't know what she said, barrel. But the bottom line is, I don't believe, and the court is free to look at the credibility of the witness. Yes, she alleges shots were fired. But nevertheless, as far as any concealment, he supposedly was right there shaking hands with the particular person. So I don't understand how you can have an extended barrel or extended magazine and yet be right next to somebody shaking hands, and then all of a sudden it's in a concealed situation, then all of a sudden it comes out. So I'm asking you not to bind over on that charge also.
Thank you, Mr. King.
Your Honor, just to speak a little bit to Mr. Parker's argument, he did kind of guess what I was going to say with you can't reward a bad shot. Just because he wasn't successful in harming these people doesn't mean that his actions don't speak to intent to kill these people. And again, even if Your Honor doesn't personally believe there's intent to kill these people, I think it is a question of fact for a finder of fact as to what his intent was. Because again, there is evidence that he pulled out a weapon and discharged it in the direction of an occupied vehicle, striking that vehicle at least in the front. And if you listen to Ms. Roberson, he discharged it before they backed up, after they backed up, and as he drove away. So I think the evidence of intent is there, and it's a question of fact for the finder of fact that I asked for binding.
I think the determination of intent is proper for me at this stage in the proceedings. But we'll work backwards. My memory of her testimony was that the weapon was drawn from, because I thought it was an odd turn of a phrase, from under his waistband or maybe his pocket. Either of which would mean the pistol was concealed at some point in time. So I'll give you that added charge. Her testimony as to the friends calling were that the friends called and asked her not to testify. No testimony that they said, Mr. Ali asked us to call you and see if you would consider not testifying. I don't see how that phone call gets tied back to Mr. Ali. And the testimony from Ms. Roberson about the CPS worker was that somebody called pretending to be a CPS worker. I think the way I wrote it down as a third party call, I think that was a phrase she used. I was considering a conference call. But even at that, she said the testimony was that Mr. Ali asked her how she was doing, how things were going, hoped that things could be okay when he got out. I think Mr. King's testimony was, did he talk about your, or I think Mr. King's question of her was, did he talk about you testifying at court? And that's how we got to the other phone calls. So I'm not gonna give you the added charge. I don't think I heard enough today to hold this gentleman responsible for any kind of witness coercion or tampering. Working up the chain, certainly the assault with a dangerous weapon is there, but I am not gonna find intent to murder. He stood right next to the car. He could have just bang, 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 bang and shot Mr. Angelo. He was standing right next to him. And even more telling was the testimony, because she said it twice. She said, as we backed out, he shot at the grill. Not that he shot at us, he shot at the grill. So I'm gonna bind over on counts 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 is a misdemeanor that will follow along, and then the added count of CCW 750.227. Is that clear for the record, gentlemen?
Yes, it is, Your Honor.
That is clear for the record. I guess just to make the record clear, the court is binding over on the felon in possession of a weapon, is that correct?
Let's do it easier. I'm binding on everything except counts 1 and 2
Everything except counts 1 and 2.
with the added charge of CCW. That might make it clearer.
Would the court consider assault with intent to do great bodily harm as a lesser included of counts 1 and 2? I did make that argument.
Say it again, I'm sorry.
Would the court consider a GBH charge as a lesser included to counts 1 and 2 that are not being bound over? Again, if you recall my argument, I said.
I will not, from the same reasoning.
Okay.
From the same reasoning. The assault with a deadly weapon is certainly there, because even if he's not intending to, I mean, if he just stood next to the car and fired shots in the air, that would flip me out. So the assault's there, but the intent, I don't think is there. All right, anything else for the record, fellas?
Nothing for the people here.
All right, so AOI date is going to be next Wednesday,
No.
next Monday. Forgetting we're not Wednesday, the 29th.
Okay.
Very good.
Mr. Ollie, hang on to that postcard, sir. I wish you luck downtown. Anything else, gentlemen?
Nothing for the
I
people.
have nothing else. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Dan, do it, give me an update on the next one too, please.
The attorney for Jones is on the Zoom, Your Honor.
Oh, thank you.
We are ready to go, though. I can tell you what.
That, you're the next one?
I have all the rest,
Great, thank you.
This morning.
the rest this morning, and then Mary Ann's the one in the afternoon.
Thank you.
How are you feeling, Gary?
I have so much heartburn, but other than that, I'm doing okay.
Oh, you know what, Mr. Parker?
Yep.
I completely forgot about it.
He had a warrant or something?
No, he's got an interfering with a police officer from July 25, 2020.
That a misdemeanor?
Yeah.
Okay. You know. He. Got a misdemeanor person here?
Well, the problem is, it's a local prosecutor.
Yeah, I know.
Let's just set this for review. Let's see what happens downtown.
All right. That'll be fine.
If he gets some kind of prison term or something, he
Sure.
can just do a plea by mail.
Yep.
Well, Mr. Parker, it's nice to see you
Good to
again.
see you.
We talk on the phone all the time,
I
but
know.
he'll say, hello, Paula. He knows it's me.
I got you plugged in. All right.
Right.
We're working Romulus now. That's our new, we were in Westland, my team. So I'll be seeing you.
Well, good.
All right.
Stay safe.
You do the same.
Thank you. Is Jones the 10 o'clock?
Yes. Did she say that it might not go or something?
No,
Oh,
she said it complained. My wrists are so cold I can't even write.
my hands. You got your heater
Got the
on?
heater on.
Yeah, sometimes I have to sit there like this with my hands right in front of it to keep them.
Yeah, which is nuts though. Like I said, it's supposed to be 70 degrees today.
You know what? And then at exactly 4 o'clock, that air goes off.
Mhm. Come on, people.
Okay, I think I figured out what's been bothering me. I screwed up, not you. The recording. We're recording live on YouTube, but are we?
We're not recording on YouTube. We're streaming on YouTube.
Oh, that's what I mean, but are we recording?
No. Yeah, we're recording now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then maybe I think your camera's on.
Oh, that's all right.
Okay,
Not on me
as long
anyway.
as we're
Yeah, it's not on me anyway.
something's been bugging
Camera's
me.
pointing that way.
It's just because we haven't done anything in
Mhm.
here in so long. I had to think a minute. My system.
Yeah, how to use it again?
Yeah. I thought, oh crap, and then it started clicking, so. Good stuff. I think that little girl's got some big problems coming her way with this guy. Whether he's in jail or not. Hate to say it.
This kid's only 21 years old. Not even, he's 20. He's got a
already-
list of priors like that.
I was gonna say, he's already probably got an arm long full record, but. Yeah, I came in Friday to Judge
Mhm.
Martin, and the complainant failed to appear. It ended up being a Zoom. Somehow, half of it said Zoom, half of it said live. But it ended up being a Zoom. And I guess the complainant moved out, took off, moved down south. Didn't even bother letting.
Come on in, have a
anybody
seat,
know.
gentlemen.
Is this,
Counsel,
Are you
prosecutor.
Mr. Jones?
yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Have a seat right there beside your counsel, please. Good morning, Mr. Kearney. How are you?
How are you? I'm stuck in Zoom.
Darian, just so you know, honey, I've always got stuff in there for everything, including hardware.
Oh, nothing has helped yet. I'm still experimenting on.
When I was
Sleeping,
pregnant,
like, I have to start sleeping, standing up.
Yeah. When I was pregnant, which was 100 years ago, Alka-Seltzer was my go-to. And then I kind of liked the taste of it after a while. You know how when you're pregnant, certain things just, oh, it tastes so
Yeah.
good. Most people will look at you like,
Are we ready to get started?
Yes, Judge, I had, the complaining witness was in the parking lot, so they just went to go get her for me.
oh, I don't have that on.
Are you on, Paul?
I am,
All
so
right, let's get appearances on. People versus Darris, right?
Yes, sir.
Jones.
Good morning, Your Honor. Darian Force here on behalf of the people, P83359.
Good morning, Judge. Blaise Kearney from the Neighborhood Defender Service of Detroit, P83960, on behalf of Mr. Jones, who's sitting to my right.
Thank you. You attorney types, you can jump to talk or stay seated to talk. Either one's okay with me. Mask on or off, whatever you're comfortable with. I think we've got plenty of distance in the courtroom.
Thank you.
I'm assuming your OIC is bringing her in? Your
My
witness?
OIC stepped out. This is the OIC for the next case. But yes, I think they are just gonna bring her right in.
Thank you.
And are we currently on YouTube, Judge?
We are.
And just for the record, her name's Pamela Jones.
Yep.
don't know if any of the other files have cards on them, but I grabbed some from up front.
Okay, am I out of them?
It's been too long since we've had them.
I know, that's what I got.
All right.
Look like older ones, but at least they haven't break. Do you have stuff in your office? Paul?
No, I have some,
There's only one left, that's the best.
oh, okay, that's,
Yeah.
okay.
Ms. Jones, up here, please. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Have a seat right here. Make yourself comfortable,
My witness, sir.
please.
Thank you. Good morning. Could you state your name for the record?
Pamela K. Ashford.
Ms. Ashford, are you familiar with 8500 Wickham Road?
Please, so that was the hotel we stayed
Okay, you have to really speak up. You've got a soft voice.
at. Yes, I believe that was the hotel that we stayed at.
And that hotel is the
Objection
roadway,
leading.
is that hotel the roadway in?
Yeah.
That is also leading.
It was.
Judge, I think it's a yes or no question. If it's not the hotel, she can say no.
What was the name of the hotel would not
Fine,
be
that's
legal.
fine. What was the name of the hotel?
Roadie Way Inn.
Thank you. Is that in the city of Romulus,
Yeah,
county of Wayne?
yeah.
Were you at that hotel on July 22nd of 2019?
Yeah,
Was there anyone there with you?
yeah.
Who was there with you?
My husband Darius Jones and my son Tyler Ashford.
You said your husband Darius Jones. You see Darius Jones in the courtroom.
Yeah.
Can you tell me where he's seated and something he's wearing?
Over to my left, red t-shirt, black coat.
Noted for the record.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome.
Did something happen between you and Mr. Jones on that day that brings you to court?
Yeah.
Okay, can you tell me what happened?
Yes, my husband, attacked me.
And when you say your husband, you mean Mr. Jones?
Yeah.
When you say attack, what do you mean?
I had brought my son, my older son, we just came back from a doctor's appointment that morning. And we came into the room,
And when you say the room, do you mean is
the
that
hotel room.
Okay,
We came
thank
into the
you.
hotel room, that my husband was in the room by himself. We came into the room, my husband sent my son out with a bucket to get some ice from the ice machine.
Okay, does your son go out to get ice?
Yeah,
When your son goes out to get ice, who's in the hotel room?
myself and my husband, Darius Jones.
What happens next?
Darius starts yelling at me, telling me why didn't I call him when I got to the doctor's office and why didn't I call him on the way from the doctor's office back to the hotel.
Okay, what happens after that?
I told him, well, I didn't know that I had to do that. Then he starts yelling at me, like, what's the problem? Then he calls off and slaps me.
Explain what you mean by slap.
He takes his right hand and slaps my face with open hand on my left side of my face.
Okay, how many times does he slap you?
He slapped me a total of twice.
What happens after that?
I asked him why. I'm trying to stay calm at the moment because I know he will set him off. So I'm telling him, like, why did you slap me? Why are you doing this to me? And then he just continues to yell.
Does he answer you when you ask him those things?
No.
Okay, you said he continues to yell. What does he continue to yell about?
He yells about we don't have enough money to continue to stay at the hotel. I need to help him figure out how we're going to come up with the money to afford the hotel stay for the rest of that month.
Okay, what happens after that?
Okay, after the second time he slapped me and I asked him that question, then I slapped him back.
Why?
I slapped him back because I felt that wasn't right for him to just hit me like that and I didn't do anything to him.
Okay, what happens after that?
After that, then he draws back with his right hand, fist closed, and punches me in the left side of my jaw as hard as he could.
Okay, what happens once he punches you?
Once he punches me, I fall onto the bed, start holding my mouth because it was hurting so bad. Blood was coming out of my mouth, and my son was beating on the door telling us to let him in because he hear us fighting, you know.
Okay, do you let your son in?
No, I didn't.
Does the fighting continue at that point?
After he heard my son banging at the door, and he was gonna call the police and he didn't let him in, then, Darius went and opened the door for my son, and my son came in, and started yelling like, "What did you do to my mom? What did you do to my mom?" And I'm, just holding my face and crying and, all that. And then my husband pushes my son, and then my son pushes him back, trying to defend me.
Okay, does there come a time where you leave the hotel room?
Yes.
Does anyone leave with you?
Yes.
Who leaves with you?
Darius Jones.
What happens when you go outside?
We go outside to the car. I told him that, okay, if he just will go out to the car with me and talk about it, why he did this, and not hurt my son or myself, just calm down, everything will be okay.
Okay, so do you go outside?
Yes, we go outside.
Do you have a conversation when you get outside?
Yes.
What happens after you have the conversation outside?
After we have the conversation outside, I convinced him to take me to the hospital.
When you say him, who do you mean?
Darius Jones.
Do you go to the hospital?
Yes.
Which hospital do you go to?
I went to Beaumont Wayne Hospital.
Okay, what happens when you go to the hospital?
I went to the hospital, they do x-ray of my face.
Do they do any other tests?
No, not at that hospital.
Okay, after the x-rays, do you get a diagnosis?
Yes.
What was the diagnosis?
Objection to hearsay.
I'm sorry, what, sir?
Hearsay.
Response?
For medical treatment, for medical diagnosis?
That would be her statements for the purpose of obtaining a medical diagnosis, not what a doctor told her medical diagnosis was.
Okay,
Another question.
that's fine. Are you in pain?
Yes, I am.
Is your mouth bleeding?
At times.
Do you go to the hospital to get treatment?
Yes.
Does there come a time where you tell the police what happened?
Yes.
Was it that same day?
No.
How long after that day did you tell the police what happened?
I was in July. I told the police what happened. I believe that was in June of 2020.
Okay, so that would be 11 months later. Is that a yes?
Yes.
Why did you wait so long to tell the police what happened?
I waited so long because at first I did not know that, well, excuse me, let me back up. I waited so long because the day that it happened, my husband threatened to kill myself and my son.
Okay.
If we called the police. So I did not call the police.
Okay, and why did you decide that the time that you talked to the police was the right time to talk to the police?
Because my son from college came home from college and he was able to give me money to get a lift to the Romulus police station because I had no car. My husband had the only car. Okay, I had no money besides, because I'm on a limited income, no money but money to pay the rent and the bills for my son and also to assist my other son that was away at college.
Okay.
So I had no transportation, no family that would take me that way to the police station to file this report or anything like that. And they would not file it over the phone. So I had to actually be there in person to file this report. And so if I had the money to get the lift, to go to the police and do this, that's what I did.
Okay. Judge, I don't have anything further at this time.
Thank you.
One moment.
Mr. Kearney?
Yes, one second. All right, there's a little unexpected testimony in this
Sorry,
document about that.
louder. I can't hear you.
Sorry, there's some unexpected testimony and there's a document about this in the discovery, so I'm reading it. All right, Ms. Ashford, good morning.
Good morning.
So this happened on what day?
It happened on July the 22nd, 2019.
Okay. And did you seek medical treatment that same day?
Yeah.
Okay, is that how you know it was on July 22nd, 2019? Or do you have an independent memory of being at that hotel on that day?
All of the above.
Okay. Now, when you sought medical treatment, you did not tell the doctors that, or any of the hospital staff, that your husband had struck you.
No, I did not.
You told the hospital staff that you fell after becoming dizzy and hit your face on a pole.
Yeah.
Okay. And your claim today is that that is not, in fact, what happened, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And in reality, what occurred at the hotel is that you got high, you fell, and you hit your face and broke your jaw, correct?
No.
Okay. Well, you did refuse to provide a urine sample at the hospital when they asked you to, correct?
No.
You did not do that.
I did not refuse a urine sample, no, sir.
Okay. I'm going to mark medical records as Defense Exhibit A for the purpose of the preliminary examination. I'm going to show this is previously provided by the prosecution. I'm directing her attention to page 41, middle of this page. Can you see my computer?
Mr. Carey, you don't have a physical copy to mark?
I do not. I can email the copy to the court if that's helpful.
I guess you're leaving your laptop with her then, because once we admit an exhibit into evidence, she keeps it.
I can email a copy of these records to the court so they have the PDF for the file.
I gotta have a piece of paper because she holds on to the actual exhibit.
Can they be printed off?
Sure, if you have a printer.
Our office actually got shut down because of a COVID thing last week, so I actually don't have access.
She's not your secretary. This is not the time to figure this out in the middle of the day.
Understood, Judge. I just have had the experience of being able to use digital exhibits for, I mean, if it was a body worn camera file, we would not.
She'd have a copy of the digital video and she'd hang on to that.
I would be happy to provide the PDF to the court and it could be saved and I could.
Figure it out with her. She's in charge of the exhibits.
If you email it to me right now, I'll go print it for the judge.
Okay, understood. There's no Wi-Fi in here, correct?
You can use my hotspot on my phone just to make matters.
We
There's
have
Wi-Fi in the court.
Yeah, we have.
There is. I tried this last week and when I was here for an exam,
Did you ask anybody what the password was?
No, there wasn't any networks, period.
Well, we've got two Wi-Fi networks in this building, one on each end.
Are they Asus 2?
I don't know what they are. I'm not the tech guy. Once again, the time to figure this out is not in the middle of one of my 5 exams scheduled for today.
Understood, Judge.
It's Arian's iPhone.
Thank you. But I actually don't need to admit the exhibit.
Great, let's move on.
Miss Ashford, now you sought medical treatment on the 22nd of July, 2019, correct?
Yeah.
Now, you later obtained the medical records from that visit, correct?
Yeah.
And you provided a hard copy of those medical records to Ms. Fortier today, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, I'm going to direct your attention to the item that's on my laptop here, which is, what is this document that I put from you?
It says Beaumont Medical Record from Oakwood Hospital and Medical Center.
And without reading them out loud exactly what it is, what is this document I have in front of you? Do you recognize it?
Has my name on it.
Please keep your voice up.
Has my name on it. Let's see. Has my insurance information.
And these are the medical records from that visit to Beaumont Wayne on July 22nd, 2019, correct?
No.
These,
This is from Beaumont Dearborn.
oh, understood.
I went to, yeah, this one right here is from Beaumont Dearborn.
Okay, so you're familiar with your medical records and where they're from.
Yes, I am.
And you went to Beaumont Dearborn on the 22nd of July as well. Okay. And that was for some diagnostic testing, correct?
No.
Okay. So you recognize the document I have in front of you.
I recognize that it has my name on it and it has the actual hospital, the second hospital that I went to that day to be admitted to have surgery done on my face to reconstruct.
This was part of the records you provided to Ms. Fortier today, correct?
No, actually no.
So you gave Ms. Fortier a bunch of medical records.
I gave her over 600 pages of medical records from July 22nd, 2019, from Beaumont Dearborn Hospital, where I stayed there for 2 weeks and 2 days, underwent 3 surgeries, 4 metal plates put into my jaw, 2 on the left, 2 on the right, stitched up 3 separate times, underwent infection. Yeah, so that's what I gave.
Okay, so my question is about the document I've put in front of you, not about what treatment you got. The records that are in front of you are pertaining to your treatment on July 22nd, 2019, correct?
Pertaining to, yeah.
Okay. And on page 41 of this document, there's a note that says you were refusing to give any urine at 3:48 p.m.
Was there a question?
Is that correct?
Where is that at?
Directing you to the top part of the page.
Okay, now what was the question?
There is a note that says patient refusing to give any urine.
I see that.
Okay. From 2:11 p.m. on July 22nd, 2019.
I see that.
Okay. Did you refuse to give urine to a nurse on July 22nd, 2019?
No, sir.
Okay, so the nurse made a false note in your medical records.
I don't know who did that. Did the doctor make a notation or did the nurse make a notation?
I know what the document says. I don't know who actually made the notation, but.
I don't know either.
Okay. So you never refused to provide a urine sample during your treatment?
No, sir.
Okay. Now, I think you claimed that you were admitted to the hospital or you were discharged from the hospital when?
That was August.
Since it's been testified to that she went to multiple hospitals, I just would ask that we be as specific as possible for the record.
Fair enough.
That's fine. Okay, so far we know that there was Beaumont Wayne and Beaumont Dearborn. Did you go to any other hospitals on or after July 22nd?
After, yeah.
Okay. Which hospitals did you go to between July 22nd and August 7th?
Wait a minute. You said, can you repeat the question?
Sure. July 22nd, you go to both Beaumont Wayne and Beaumont Dearborn.
Yeah.
After that, where do you go? Which hospitals were you in?
Between which time frame?
So I'm asking between July 22nd and August 7th.
I went to those two hospitals.
You only went to those two hospitals. So you were,
Let's see this up. Were you admitted to Dearborn, Beaumont on the 22nd?
Yes, I originally
Okay.
went to Wayne.
And you were there for what?
2 weeks and 2 days.
Okay. I don't know if that helps or not, Mr. Kerry.
sure. So you were at Beaumont Dearborn from July 22nd until August 7th as an inpatient receiving medical treatment.
February, yeah.
And I want to take you back to the incident that led to your treatment. Now, you testified on direct that you had taken, on July 22nd, had taken your son to a medical appointment. Is that right?
Yeah.
And when you returned to the hotel, you came into the hotel room and Mr. Jones asked your son to go get some ice from the ice maker in the hallway.
Yeah.
Okay. And
I'm sorry, it wasn't in the hallway, it was across the lot.
okay, so he went, but your son leaves.
Yeah.
And then, according to you, your husband then begins getting upset with you over not contacting him before or after the medical appointment.
Yeah.
And you say at some point this escalates into a physical altercation, correct?
Yeah.
And I want to be specific here. You said that he slapped you twice on the left side of your face.
Yeah.
Okay. And then he punched you once on the left side of your face.
Yeah.
Okay. And when that happened, you fell onto the bed, is according to you.
Yeah.
Other than those 3 times, did he hit you at all? Other than those 3 times?
Are you talking about that day or ever in?
I'm talking about this
relationship?
particular day at the Roadway Motel, July 22nd, 2019.
No, those 3 times. That was it.
And now, you said at some point your son knocks on the door outside the hotel room and says eventually that he's going to call the police. Correct?
Yeah.
Did he call the police?
No.
Did you call the police that day?
No.
Now, about a month after this happens, you and Mr. Jones, a month after June 22nd, you and Mr. Jones break up. Is that correct?
Objection to relevance.
That's relevant.
This goes to delay in reporting.
Hold on, let's not go too deep out into it.
Yeah, sure.
Hold on.
Can you repeat that question?
Sure. In August of 2019, you and Mr. Jones permanently separate.
Yeah.
Okay. And you and your son, I think you go and you move into a shelter of some kind, correct?
No. My son that was there that day, he went to a relative's home, and my other son, my younger son, which is Darius Jones II, him and I went to a shelter.
Okay. And
Excuse me. Him and I went to a relative's home for 3 or 4 days until the 2 of us was able to get into a shelter.
understood. Now, when this is going on, you had a phone, correct?
When what was going
In
on?
August of 2019, you had a working phone, correct? Okay. At no point did you call the Romulus Police Department?
No.
Your son that witnessed this occur, he never called the police in August of
My
2019.
husband
I'm sorry?
took his phone. My husband took his phone.
Right, I understand. He had access to a phone, correct?
No.
He had no access to any telephone at the relative's house.
Can you repeat that?
You said your older son, who was present at the Roadway Inn, went to a different relative's house than you and your younger son, correct?
Yeah.
Your older son, who was there for the incident, he had access to a phone when he was staying with the other relative.
I don't know.
Did he ever call you?
No, I called my son.
Okay, so you were able to talk to him.
I was able to talk to my sister.
Okay, your sister had a phone? Okay. Now, what occurred was that Mr. Jones went to the Macomb County Jail later that year, correct? In 2019. Is that correct?
I don't know where he was at.
It was a case in which you were the complainant, correct?
Okay, but this is what I'm saying. I don't understand your question. Can you repeat it, please?
Mr. Jones became incarcerated in 2019, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you knew he was going to get out in June of 2020, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And in June of 2020, that's when you came and you reported this incident to the Romulus Police Department, right?
Yes.
And between August of 2019 and June of 2020, you never called the police about this incident.
Yes, I did.
You called the police, you called the Romulus Police after August and before May of 2020.
Yes.
Okay. And did you make a report when you did that?
They said that I could not make a report over the phone. I would have to come in and do that. They told me that I could still do a report, but try to make sure I get in there and get it done as soon as I could.
Okay, so wait, you just said you could make a report and they said you couldn't make a report.
I could not make a report, a domestic violence report over the phone.
So let me make sure I understand this perfectly clear. The Romulus Police Department refused to take a domestic violence report over the phone, according to you.
This is what they told me over the phone. And also, this is what they told me over the phone.
And your claim as to why you did not report this in person was in between August of 2019 and June of 2020. You did not have enough money for an Uber to go from East Point to the Romulus Police Department.
That was one of the reasons.
One of the reasons.
Yeah.
What was the other reason?
The other reason was I had a central line placed into my chest for 9 weeks on heavy antibiotics 4 times a day, 2 different types of antibiotics. Then the pandemic hit and I'm still walking around with a central line in my chest, catching the bus back and forth to get groceries for me and my son. Okay. Then also the doctors tell me, well, since I have a central line in my chest, if I get any type of infection, I can die. So to stay in the house, because it's winter time, stay in the house. So that's what I did. Also, I get COVID. We're just having the central line, my jaw still broken, 2 places, mouth wired shut in December of 2019 until February. Still with infection because the infection medication did not work. I had no money besides taking care of my bill and my child and groceries. That's all I had money for. I did not have transportation whatsoever to get anywhere. My family did not provide transportation at all. I don't have any friends or anything like that. So no, I did not have transportation or extra money for that whatsoever. I got COVID in March, early March. My son came home from college with COVID, okay? And I caught COVID. My younger son caught COVID. We barely survived. The hospital didn't do any type of testing. They didn't know what it was whatsoever. And I'm telling my kids, I don't know if I'm gonna survive the next day. Because here I am with a central line in my chest. And any infection could kill me at any moment. And what do I get? COVID.
So you had a central line in your chest in March of 2020.
I had a central line in my chest. It had just got removed a few days a few days after.
So, you explain any of this to the Romulus Police Department when they told you you had to come in to make a domestic violence complaint?
Can you repeat that?
Did you, the stuff you just told me about having a central line, having MRSA in your, in the
No, I didn't say I had
search?
MRSA.
You did not have you did not have
I did
MRSA?
not just tell you that I had MRSA.
Understood. Did you have MRSA? In your
I
jaw?
did not have MRSA in my mouth. I did not just say I had MRSA.
No, I understand. I'm asking you, did you have MRSA in your mouth? From the surgery?
I don't know what I had.
Okay.
I had a lot of things, a lot of bacteria, germs, all kinds of things that was found.
So in terms of COVID, central line, infection from surgery, lack of transportation, did you explain any of this to the Romulus Police Department when
Yes,
you
I
called
did.
them and they said, no, you cannot make a domestic violence complaint, ma'am. You have to come in to do that.
Repeat that one more time.
After you told the Romulus Police Department all of what you just told me, did they still tell you you cannot make a domestic violence report over the phone? You have to come in. Did they still maintain that?
I'm gonna say yes.
Okay.
I'm gonna say yeah.
Okay. Now, I think you said your relatives wouldn't provide you transportation to go make this report.
Right.
Your relatives, presumably they knew that you were saying that Mr. Jones had done this to you, correct? Okay. And you had all these medical complications that made you vulnerable during the pandemic, right? And they still wouldn't give you a ride to the Romulus Police Department, knowing you had to do that to make a report?
No.
Judge, at this point, I'm gonna judge against relevance. I think we are like way deep in things. She's already testified that she had all these medical issues, that she didn't have money or a ride to get there, and that the Romulus Police Department told her that she couldn't make a phone report and she had to go in.
Understood, Judge. Understood. It would be fair to say that your prior reports to the police have ended up resulting in Mr. Jones going to jail, correct? You've made other reports to the police other than this incident about allegations of violence between Mr. Jones and yourself.
Yeah.
Okay. Those reports to the police have resulted in Mr. Jones going to jail, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And in June of 2020, at the time you made the report about this incident, you felt that Mr. Jones had not spent enough time in jail based on what had occurred between the two of you.
Which incident?
I'm talking about overall. You think, sitting here today, that Mr. Jones needs to go to jail for longer than he already has. Okay. And in June of 2020, you knew Mr. Jones was going to get out of jail at the end of that month, right? And you called Mr. Jones when he got out of jail and spoke to him for some long period of time, correct?
No.
You never reached out to Mr. Jones when he got out of jail.
You reached out to me.
You called Mr. Jones on July 4th, 2020, and talked to him for an hour, correct?
Like I said,
Like you said, what?
you talked to me.
Right. My question for you was, you called him.
Yes, I did.
Okay. Your jaw was broken on the right side, wasn't it?
No, broke on the left side and center, where my chin.
That's your testimony. The right side of your jaw was not broken.
Exactly, yeah.
No further questions.
Ms. Borgnine.
Just very, very briefly. You indicated that you didn't tell the hospital staff what actually happened when you went in on the 22nd?
Yeah.
Okay, why?
Because my husband threatened to kill my son and me.
Did you have a broken jaw before this incident?
No,
Did you have pain in your jaw or your face before this incident?
no,
Were you scared of Mr. Jones?
yeah,
And are you still dealing with treatment from this incident?
yes, I am.
What is still going on?
I still have a broken jaw in 2 places. My jaw did not heal. I have scar tissue in between those fractures. I also have bone. My jawbone is decaying in several spots. I had to have bone removed because of the bone was infected and was dead. So the doctors had to remove a portion of my bone. I also have a serious life-threatening infection that has been going on for months and that has caused several other serious health problems, like multiple blood clots throughout multiple areas of my body.
And you think that the infection is from from your jaw being broken?
Yes.
Nothing.
Nothing else, Judge. Ma'am, you can step down. Watch your step on the ramp, please.
Thank you.
Anything else from the people?
Nothing further from the people, Judge.
Witnesses from the defense?
No, Judge.
Arguments?
Judge, at this time, Miss Ashford, which I suppose the people would move to amend her last name and the information, just so that's correct.
Done.
Thank you. Miss Ashford, you can have a seat in that victim room there, and I'll be there in just a moment, okay? Thank you. And I suppose the date of offense on the information reflects when she reported, not when the incident actually
I
happened.
would assume so.
So I would move to amend that as well.
Done.
Ms. Ashford testified that on July 22nd of 2019, she returned to a hotel room that her and Mr. Jones were staying at that time. They got in a verbal argument regarding her son and his doctor appointment, at which point the verbal argument became physical. Mr. Jones slapped her twice and then punched her in the jaw. She indicated that at that time her mouth was bleeding. Sometime later, she does go to the hospital. She gets medical treatment.
Let me stop. I was here. I heard it all.
Judge, I think based on the fact that they were married at the time and that she received serious medical treatment that she's indicated she's still dealing with, that meets the standard of the aggravated injury, and the people at this point would respectfully ask to bind over and reserve any further argument for rebuttal.
Defense?
Thank you, Judge. I think there are some questions here that are created by the delay in reporting. I think that the complainant admitted that she did not tell the hospital staff. She gave the hospital staff an explanation that she broke her jaw in a different way. I'm not going to ask the court to speculate about what the exact injuries were based on my very last question they had, but I wasn't going to get into all that impeachment here today. But I think that the complainant said that she delayed in reporting not just then, but when she had an opportunity, when she had separated from Mr. Jones, she was living with family members, she had access to a phone. And I think her explanations weren't particularly convincing for that the Romulus Police Department somehow would refuse to take, during the pandemic, wouldn't take a report over the phone, that she was completely unable to get transportation from either her family members or somebody else that would naturally be sympathetic to this sort of thing. And this all dovetails nicely with the fact that Mr. Jones was coming up out of jail. And if there had been a prior incident in which there was, in fact, some violence that had occurred and Mr. Jones had gone to jail and she felt like it wasn't enough, I can see this happening. I think a lot of this goes to the restrictions for Mr. Jones's bond conditions. Does this clear? I would ask the court not to find probable cause based on the delay in reporting. But I think a lot of this also would impact the weight of the evidence and the likelihood of conviction at trial and the necessity of a continued GPS tether for Mr. Jones.
Anything else?
Judge, I would note, since the attack really does seem to be on Ms. Ashford's credibility, that I think her reasoning behind her delayed reporting is sufficient. I think that a reasonable person would understand those things. She's indicated on multiple different levels, multiple different ways, how much she's going through medically. I think that's definitely reasonable. And I would note, in regards to just her overall credibility, that on numerous occasions when Mr. Kearney was questioning her, if he questioned her something that she believed was not accurate, that she did actually correct him, and her testimony from direct to cross remained consistent.
All right, thank you both. There's a lot for a trial fact to work with, but probable cause standard has been met. AOI date would be same, I'm assuming the 29th.
Yes, sir.
March 29, 9 AM. Hang on to that notice, sir. It's the only paper notice you received. All right, you want to talk about bond?
Yes, Judge.
What, is he on the GPS tether right
Yes,
now?
he is. I would request that be removed. He's been on it since November. He hasn't incurred any infractions or violations. He has no interest in bothering Ms. Ashford. He has not bothered Ms. Ashford. There's been no allegations that he's violated his bond in that regard. And obviously, this is an incident that allegedly occurred in July of 2019, and there hasn't been any subsequent reports of any violence or anything of that nature for Mr. Jones. He also works, so it's stigmatizing to be wearing a GPS tether at work.
Judge, I do think that based on the relationship between Mr. Jones and Ms. Ashford, that a GPS tether is appropriate. I think based on the testimony here, and the nature of the crime, that a GPS tether is testimony. I also don't necessarily agree that no violations of a GPS tether is consistent with there not being any violations when a GPS tether comes off. I think that's the whole point of a GPS tether, is a deterrent for those things. So the people would object to removal of tether at this time.
All right. Tell me more about why the tether is a problem. I mean, I know it's not convenient, but.
It's not convenient. You kind of have to be a toaster for 90 minutes a day. That, people at work make judgments about you, and people out in public see you. So it's something you're constantly always aware of. It's obviously uncomfortable. It's not something that restricts his ability to actually perform his job. Right. But I think those things are, in addition, Judge, the Third Circuit commissioned a study of the pretrial release conditions by the Bureau Institute of Justice. One of their recommendations was stop using tethers so much.
Really?
Yes, they said.
I'd like to see that report. You got it?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, send it to Paul.
I'll send it to you. So what they said is, number one, they're not particularly accurate. There's about 77 false hits for every one true violation that occurs, and it's not meaningfully connected to deterrence of future criminal conduct. This is also the same conclusion reached by the Jail and Pretrial Incarceration Task Force by Lieutenant Governor Garland Gilchrist and Chief Justice Bridget McCormick. They released that report in January of 2020 that said the same thing, that there's been sort of meta studies that have shown that there isn't a strong connection between being on a tether and not committing further offenses. So I think, there's obviously two kinds of logic here. Ms. Fortier is saying well, maybe it's the tether that's causing him to be compliant. Right. I'm saying, well, no, he is compliant, so he doesn't need the tether. I think the presumption of innocence and the fact that he has Fourth Amendment rights to be free from.
I didn't order the tether on this one. I use the tether quite often, but when I order tethers, because I want to be able to know where our defendant's at. So it's a location thing for me, not so much as a deterrent, but I have no idea. Does this gentleman have any KPS history, Ms. Fortner?
If I may just have one.
Yeah. How you feeling, Vic?
Very well.
Glad to hear. You're in trouble.
That's not that I have in my file.
All right, give me just a second.
Mr. Kearney, just for future reference, if you have anything that concerns him, feel free to use mine.
Oh, absolutely. Thank you.
Okay, sorry about that. I'll change the GPS tether.
Okay.
Bond will be the same without the tether.
Understood.
Other than that, everything else is the same. AOI, March 29, 9 AM. But send me that report.
I will, Judge.
Anything else?
I
just wanted to know.
Also like it.
Sure, absolutely.
This
I'll copy this
is an argument that's going to be made in the future. I need to be prepared.
Sure. The complaint provided Ms. Fortier with the 600 pages of medical records. Obviously, she hasn't had a chance to scan them or get them to me. I just want to make a discovery request for those.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's absolutely accurate, Judge. I haven't even, this happened like a half an hour
Yeah,
ago.
no problem. I'm a little bit disappointed that neither one of you have digested them yet, but go ahead.
I am, just so the court is aware, they're giving me less and less things at Third Circuit because they don't want to have to cover for me while I'm gone.
Right.
So there may be a bit of a change of guard, so just, I would ask for some patience.
That's fine.
Yep, thank
So
you.
I don't think,
Thank you.
we're not seeing a trial for any.
How close are you getting?
A little over halfway.
You got lots of work to get done yet. Good luck downtown.
I'm not
Anything
saying
else?
they've completely eliminated my felony.
And can you get a copy of the order down at the clerk's office?
Sure, sure. Yeah, give them a minute. They'll type up a new minute.
But I do think the next one is ready.
Okay, I'm ready.
I'll email you both things.
Thank you.
Water just delivered 2 pies.
I heard. Thank you.
God, they look good.
Yeah, I assume so. Thank you.
Actually, there's only one pie.
May I have,
Yeah,
may I have just a minute to release
Sure,
this?
sure.
Hey, Dick.
Yeah, very good. That's all you need is right here, Judge.
Right here, you're out.
Yes.
Perfect. Perfect.
Let me give that, let me give a copy to,
No, I'll get it up there. Mariah, I'll get it up there. Yeah, I'll get it there.
thank you, Judge.
Actually, Joe. Yes. Give that to Mariah, would you? Yep.
They're on your desk.
Oh, hold on. Joe, be a hero. Take those pies up front. That's not, those pies aren't for me, that's for us.
Okay, oh, man, that's a day. Yeah, okay.
What kind of pies did you bring?
They're ready. She just wanted a minute.
All right, let me take these out front then.
What kind of pies did she bring?
Banana cream and coconut cream.
Oh, my
One-
God. Don't let
I'll
me
tell you
near
what,
the
My
coconut
mom makes
cream.
good pies. This woman's pies.
Don't let me near the coconut cream. It'll be gone and,
I got banana.
oh, my God, I love coconut cream.
When my mother used to ask me what kind of cake I wanted for my birthday, banana cream pie.
Rick likes banana cream. I like coconut cream. Rebecca and I are the coconut cream freaks.
I felt bad because I jumped on Kearney, but it's like, dude, seriously?
Well,
You can't tell me that every court in the state is already up to the point where they're doing electronic exhibits. Yeah, we got to get there, but
but
he
he
should
is
have
supposed
checked.
to, come on.
He should have checked.
And you put it out there to everybody prior that they should be prepared and do it the day before with the tech guy.
Your mom looks great
Yeah,
for 91.
yeah, she's doing pretty well.
I told him, Floyd Springer's mom.
Yeah.
Is 101.
Really?
She'll be 102 in October and she just got through COVID.
She whipped COVID's ass.
Good.
101
And she
years
was
old.
mad because they wouldn't let her go to lunch with Donna Floyd. Marie Springer is one tough lady. She's in better shape than I think I was at 50.
Thank you.
I sit out and my knees get tired. of standing.
Yeah, that,
I'm gonna fill up and hit John.
Okay.
that cracked me up. She was upset. She went through that brain fog thing and everything. She's 101. And COVID.
My one grandmother lived to be 100, just shy of 101. My mother's 92, her one sister's 93, and her other sister's 95. The 95-year-old one I still wouldn't mess with.
Marie's had 2 broken hips. She broke what's this bone here?
Femur?
Yeah, I think so. She broke that one. And, I mean, she's broken.
The femur, that's what hurts when they see me break that one. That's a big bone.
She was 90 when she did it.
Holy smokes.
And she just broke her hip probably about 3 or 4 years ago. But she will not let them push her around in a wheelchair. She refuses. She gets up and dresses herself and uses the restroom. Hi, sweetie, come on in.
Are you guys done?
Huh?
Are you done?
Nope, we got one more, and then we got one at 1:30, the murder at 1:30.
Are you taking lunch?
I hope so. but she's ready to go with the 10:30 one. Prosecutor. Shouldn't be too long.
I'll be down in the office.
Huh?
I'll just be down in my office.
Mrs. Oakley brought some banana cream pie and coconut cream pie. If you want some, they took them up into the kitchen.
34th District Court, this is Taylor.
Good morning, Taylor. How are you guys?
Good, how are you?
Good.
Christine.
For the civil department, a friend of the court just brought in 2 pies and they're up in the kitchen.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Bye-bye.
How's it going down the hall? Any excitement?
Haven't heard.
Well, you probably would have heard if there was excitement.
Yeah.
Morning, Stephanie. How are
Hey Stephanie, how
you?
you doing?
Good, how are you all?
Good.
We're ready to go on Sullivan as soon as he's
I'm ready.
in from outside,
I'm ready.
so.
I think Stephanie's one that holds everything she gets.
Just like Jonathan. And Portis.
Hordos, yes.
Portos. Buddy,
Yeah, that's how I know what his name is, Hordos.
Jonathan.
Smack that kid. Well, Dave wanted to smack him quite a few times.
Oh, yeah.
Remember that? I said,
Dave.
Langford.
Langford.
Oh.
He didn't
I
like
just remember what you called him.
Well, I did call him a dirty name, but,
I'll say,
and then Dave goes,
no.
I said, who is that dirty name? And he goes, oh, that's a new kid that thinks he knows everything. He knew exactly who I was talking about.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't even know his name at that time.
Got you.
Yeah, Dave went, oh, he said, you can't tell him anything. He knows it all. But I didn't say the guy's name because I really didn't know it then, but Dave knew who I was talking about because I called him a dirty name. Every once in a while.
Kearney reminds me
Slaps
of
me.
the young Bill Mays. Remember when I used to go around with him
Yeah.
about the way his questions were always statements?
Yeah.
But
'Cause he
Judge,
used
that's-
to believe-
That's an effective, we
Form
used to
of-
do cross-examine according to so-and-so, so-and-so, so-and-so. I'm like, yeah, but in this courtroom, it's confusing, so ask a question.
Well, he used to believe, he said that if you cross-examine someone the proper way, you can just keep saying things and the person can be across the street getting coffee and you can get I said, Phil, then they don't have a way to,
He read that somewhere. He did get better on that, though. He's met a little lot in the last 20 years.
and he's learned to work with people
Yeah, yeah.
a lot, because he never would
He-
before.
He's toned down his arrogance a little bit. Because I think he figured out it worked better.
Well, I remember the night that you were up for reelection and we were all over at the, wherever that is, that you were having your reception after. And where everybody met after they got done working polls and stuff. And he was so scared that he was going to go to jail the next morning. Because I forget, it was a female.
He was a judge up north.
Yeah. He said, well, she's gonna hold me in contempt because to prove that the straws didn't let moisture go or something. He took a mouthful of water and went for the PBT straws and spit water all through her
Yeah.
courtroom. I said, if you'd have done that in our courtroom, I'd have got up and slapped the snot
I
right
bet it
out
was
of you.
effective with the jury, though.
Yeah.
I told him, if you'd have done that in our courtroom, I got up and slapped the snot right out.
Thank you, counsel.
That's our little Stephanie.
I'm a germaphobe, even before COVID, I was a germaphobe.
Madam Prosecutor, know we're ready?
The OIC does, so I'm
That-
assuming she.
That should be effective.
I told her that you guys said we were ready and I was gonna go grab him.
You know where it's at. You've cleaned our courtroom before.
Yes.
Have a seat, Mr. Sullivan.
45 seconds.
1001, 1002, 1003.
And Stephanie, as always, I just ask that you keep your voice up.
I have a better mask this time, so my voice carries a little bit better in this one.
She starts real good and then her voice goes down like
I
that.
think a lot of us do that when we talk.
Oh, you'd be surprised how many do.
This first witness today was real bad for that.
Oh, God. I couldn't hear most of what she said for a while. Then she did start talking up. Thank you, by the way. I said, thank you, by the way. When you said that, she's not your secretary. Because I think they all just expect, that we're gonna do it.
Well, like I said, yeah, at some point, we're all gonna get there, but it's irresponsible to expect all the courts are just ready for you to do.
Yeah.
Okay, tell them 45 seconds is up. Tell them that the guy behind the bench is gonna start to get hangry. And he's not eating Snickers. Although I might have a piece of banana cream pie for lunch. How'd that look?
Ooh, that looked good.
I'm telling you, when she makes a pie, it's like a picture.
Yeah.
She sent me a picture one she made last week for another mutual friend, Jan Lemon. She made a lemon meringue for Jan Lemon. She says, I know it's not polite to brag, but you always told me it's not bragging if it's true. Isn't this the most gorgeous pie you ever saw?
Yeah, coconut cream.
Are you ready for your witness to come up?
Yes, Judge.
Come on up, man. You can come settle in here and then we'll do all the official stuff in just a minute. Have a seat right here. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth today?
Yes.
Have a seat. Ladies, your appearances on the Jason Sullivan file, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Darian Force here on behalf of the people, P83359.
Good morning, Your Honor. Neighborhood Defender Service by Stephanie Farkas, P74227, appearing on behalf of Mr. Sullivan.
Thank you, ladies. Are you Miss Morgan?
Yes.
Would you state your full name, please?
Joanna Catherine Morgan.
Thank you. Your witness, Madam Prosecutor.
Thank you, Judge.
I'm sorry, it's Catherine Morgan?
Yes.
Thank you. And please keep your voice up.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning. Can you state your name for the record?
Joanna Catherine Morgan.
Miss Morgan, are you familiar with 15542 Orchard Ave?
Yes.
How are you familiar with that address?
My grandmother lives there.
Were you at that address on October 3rd, 2020?
I was at my dad's who lives right next door.
Okay. And that's in the city of Romulus,
Yes.
county of Wayne?
Yes.
At that location on that date, let me back up. Are you familiar with Jason Sullivan?
Yes.
How are you familiar with Jason Sullivan?
We dated.
Do you see Jason Sullivan in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Can you tell me something he's wearing and where he's seated?
Looks like he's wearing a black jacket. It's right over there.
May the record reflect that this witness has identified the defendant.
I'll
in
note
this
the head
manner.
nod.
Thank you. On that October date and at that location that we just talked about, did you see Mr. Sullivan?
Yes.
Did there come a time on that date that you that something happened that brings you to court today?
Yes.
Okay, what happened?
Where do you want me to start?
What time of the day did you see Mr. Sullivan at that location?
It was about 8:30 at night.
Was it dark outside?
Yes.
What happened when you first see him?
I told my dad that he was there.
Okay, was it outside, inside?
It was outside.
Were you outside or inside?
I was outside.
Do you and Mr. Sullivan get there together?
No,
Okay, who gets there first?
I got there first.
How much after you got there did Mr. Sullivan arrive?
Probably about 2 or 3 minutes.
Are you in a relationship at this time?
We were.
Okay. Did you invite Mr. Sullivan over?
No, I did not.
Okay, how did it come that he shows up at the house?
He followed me over there.
When you get there, do you drive over there?
I did.
Okay, when you get there, do you get out of your car?
I did.
What do you do when you get out of your car?
My dad was on the porch and we were talking.
Okay, you were talking to your dad?
Yes.
All right, so don't tell me what you and your dad talked about. What happens at that point?
We seen Jason drive by.
What kind of car is he in?
He's in a silver Impala.
What happens after that?
He drove by, kept driving, past the house. He turned around, drove back by, and then parked his car in front of my dad's house.
Okay, what happens when he parks the car?
He gets out of the car.
What does he do when he gets out?
He stays by his car and he tells me that he wanted some groceries that we had got from his mother.
Do you give him the groceries?
I walk him down my dad's driveway and I set him down in the sidewalk area at the end of his driveway.
And what happens after that?
I turned around and I walked back up the driveway.
What happens after that?
Jason got into his car. He didn't take them.
When you say them, what do you mean, the groceries?
He didn't take the groceries that I set on the ground.
Okay, what does he do once he gets in the car?
Backs it up.
Then what does he do?
He pulls into the driveway.
What does he do once he pulls into the driveway?
He runs over the groceries that he came over for.
Okay, and then what happens?
He pinned my dad with the car.
Okay, so let's pause on that. Where is your dad at? Before he gets pinned with the car.
He's standing like by his flower bed, right up by his house.
Okay, so how fast is Mr. Sullivan going when he pulls up into the driveway and runs over the groceries?
Really fast. It happened really fast.
Could you tell that he was accelerating?
Yes.
And then you said he pins your dad. Tell me about that.
So my dad was standing at the end of my sister's car that was parked in his driveway,
Okay,
and he hit him.
when you say he, who do you mean?
Jason.
He hits your dad.
He hits my dad and pushes him down the side of the car.
What happens after that?
I ran in my dad's house and locked the door.
Does Mr. Sullivan ever try to go after you with the car?
I think I was probably his target, but I'm not sure.
Okay, so let's unpack that a little bit. Where are you when all of this is happening?
When he started coming up the driveway, I turned around and I started running.
Okay, where were you when he first starts coming up the driveway before you
I was
start running?
right next to my dad, like at his flower bed at his house.
Okay, does Mr. Sullivan say anything?
I didn't hear him say anything at that time.
Does he, when he first starts to accelerate the car, are you still standing by your dad?
For a second, and then I took off running.
Okay. Was there at any point a verbal argument between the two of you that day?
Before I got over there,
Okay, what was the argument about?
we were arguing over money.
Could you tell Mr. Sullivan's demeanor?
I don't know what you mean.
Could you tell his emotion?
He was upset.
Just upset? Anything else?
He was mad. He didn't want me going over there.
And when you say over there, what are you talking
Over
about?
to my dad's,
Okay, why didn't he want you to go to your dad?
because he thought I was gonna be there all night, forever.
Okay. So, are you together when you have this argument?
We were.
And then do you leave after this argument?
We split ways and I went over to my dad's.
Does Mr. Sullivan follow you right away to your dad's?
Yes.
Is there any sort of verbal argument once you're at your dad's house?
No.
If I may just have one moment, Judge.
Sure.
When you get over to your dad's house and Mr. Sullivan gets there, does Mr. Sullivan say anything at that point?
He's telling me that he wanted the groceries that he got from his mom.
Okay, what is his demeanor at that point?
He was upset. He was mad that I went over there.
Okay, what was the volume of his voice when he was talking about the
He
groceries?
was yelling.
Do you ask him at all, did you watch the car hit your dad?
No.
Do you at any point see the car touching your dad?
No.
Okay. But you were standing right next to your dad.
I was standing right next to my dad when the car started coming up the driveway.
Okay, when the car started coming up the driveway, what did you think was gonna happen?
I thought he was gonna run me over.
What were you feeling?
I was very scared.
You ran in the house.
I ran all the way up in my dad's driveway to his garage door. I heard a noise. I seen what had happened briefly, and then I ran inside and locked myself
So
in.
you did, when you said you saw you, what happened? What did you see?
I seen Jason getting out of his car, and I didn't see my dad, but I seen that Jason had hit my sister's car. I had no idea what had happened to my dad.
Okay, so you saw where Jason's car was compared to your sister's car?
Yes.
Had you remained where you were standing, would the car have hit you?
Yes.
Nothing further for this witness, Judge.
Ms. Parker, should witness when you're ready.
Yes, Judge. Good morning, Ms. Morgan.
Hi.
So the address of your father's house, though, is 15528 Orchard Street, or Orchard Avenue, correct?
Correct.
Judge, at this time, I'd move to amend the information to reflect the father's correct address. It's 15528 instead of 15542.
No
Agreed.
objection.
Okay. 15528, yep.
Yes, Judge.
Thank you.
And Ms. Morgan, when you first arrived at the house, where did you say that your father was? Was he already outside or was he in the house?
He was inside his house. He come out when he heard me pull up in the driveway.
Okay. And this was summertime, right?
It was October.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, it was still kind of warm out.
Kind of.
Okay. Do you recall if any of the windows in the house were open?
No.
No, you don't recall, or no, they weren't open?
No, I don't know.
Okay. And so you pulled into the driveway, and it's a double driveway, correct? Where you can fit two cars in the driveway?
Correct.
Okay. And your sister's black SUV was already parked in the driveway, right?
Yes.
And so you parked to the right and in front of her car, correct?
Yes, I pulled all the way through the gates.
Okay, and so your car was behind the gates in the backyard, in the
Correct.
driveway? And her car is parked right next to the house in the driveway, correct?
Who's her, my sister?
Your sister's car?
Yes.
Okay, but her car is not past the gate, correct?
Yes.
All right, and when you first go in,
I'm sorry, that was, yes. The car was not
So-
inside the gate, so
it was not inside the gate, it was still parked, I guess. would you say-
Outside the gates,
It was outside the gates.
closer to the road.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. And your dad came outside to talk to you, right?
Yes.
And you guys just sat on the porch and were talking?
We didn't have time to sit down.
You were standing on the porch talking?
Yes,
Okay. Approximately how long were you and your dad talking for before Mr. Sullivan arrived?
like 2 or 3 minutes.
Okay. And your dad you already had informed your father that you and Mr. Sullivan had been arguing before you went over to his house, correct?
Correct.
And your father does not like Mr. Sullivan, correct?
I don't know that.
Has your father previously told you or voiced his dislike of Mr. Sullivan to you?
No.
He's never told you anything about him disliking him?
Objection, if you're saying at this point, she's testified.
It's not being offered for the truth of the matter, Judge.
She's answered it twice.
Okay. And when Mr. Sullivan arrived, he pulled his car parallel to the curb, correct?
Yes.
And was the car in the area of the driveway or just on the other side of the driveway?
It was past the driveway,
Okay.
in front of my dad's house.
Okay. Would you say the back end of his car was close to the driveway?
Yeah.
Okay. And Mr. Sullivan gets out of the car and comes and is near the street area, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then you and Mr. Sullivan begin yelling, correct?
No, I never yelled.
Okay, you never yelled at him.
Nope.
Okay. And your dad, though, starts yelling at Mr. Sullivan to leave, though, correct?
No.
Okay. Your dad goes inside and gets a baseball bat, though, right?
No. He had the baseball bat before Jason even got there.
Okay. So your dad was sitting, I'm sorry. So your dad came out of the house already with the baseball bat when you got there?
Yes.
Okay. And he knew you were coming over, though, right?
Yes.
Okay. And when Mr. Sullivan arrives, he tells him to leave and threatens him with the baseball bat, correct?
He never threatened him with a baseball bat.
But he's holding the baseball bat, right?
He had it like down at the ground.
Okay.
You know, with the end of the bat touching the ground.
Okay. And it was dark out, right?
Yes.
And so your testimony is your dad never threatened Mr. Sullivan?
He never threatened him with a baseball bat.
Or never verbally threatened him?
After I had set down the groceries and turned around, he started yelling that I was going to leave Jason with him, and I said no, I wasn't, and my dad did tell him that he needed to leave.
Okay.
That's all he said to him was that he needed to leave, and I would be home when I was done.
All right. And he tells him that he needs to leave as he's holding the baseball bat, though, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And your father also owns firearms, correct?
Objection to
I don't know.
relevance.
Judge, it goes to potential self-defense in my client's state of mind.
I'll allow it.
Does your dad own firearms?
I have no idea. I don't live there.
Okay.
I don't know what he has in there.
Have you ever seen your father with a firearm?
Yeah, when I was a kid, he would go hunting and things.
Okay, so your dad has hunting rifles?
Whether he still has them or not, I have no idea.
Okay, at some point during your lifetime, you known your father to own hunting rifles?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever tell Mr. Sullivan about your father owning hunting rifles or firearms?
No.
Do you know, were you ever present with your father mentioned owning hunting rifles, hunting or owning firearms when Mr. Sullivan was around?
No.
No, you don't know, or no, that never happened?
No, that never happened.
So I want to go back to where you were standing. So you, at some point, moved from the porch with your dad, correct?
Correct.
And then you testified that you were by the flower bed?
Correct.
Okay. And when you say that you were by the flower bed, were you directly in front of the flower bed? Were you to the side of the flower bed?
I was like to the side of it.
Okay. Can you describe where exactly you were standing relative to your sister's car in the driveway?
Right next to it.
Okay.
Right next to it. It was like the tail end of the, beach was like right at the flower bed.
Okay. So you were standing at what would be the back driver's side tail light area,
No, passenger side.
passenger side. Okay. And your dad was standing next to you?
Yes,
Was he to the left or the right of you?
he was to the left of me. No, I'm sorry, to the right.
And just so we're clear, I want to ask, if you're facing the house directly, is it to your left or to your right?
If I'm facing the house directly, he would have been to the left.
Okay. Does your dad walk down the driveway?
No,
He just stays in the same spot the entire time?
yes,
And so Mr. Sullivan then goes into the driveway, and then that's when you take off running?
what do you mean? He went into the driveway when?
When his car pulls into the driveway,
Okay,
you testified that that is when you went running?
yes,
Okay. And you ran straight into the backyard?
I ran up the rest of the way of the driveway to my dad's garage.
But you were closer to the front door, correct?
I wasn't thinking like that.
My question was, you were closer to the
I
front
was
door,
closer to
correct?
the front door.
And the front door was open, correct?
Oh, I don't know.
Okay. And there's also a side door on the house, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and then you just went back and ran into the garage.
I was trying to move out of the way of the car.
My question was, you just ran back towards
Yes.
the garage, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And which door did you enter into the house when you went back into the house?
The side door.
Okay. And you didn't go check on your dad at all?
No, I wasn't going outside.
Okay. And did you go in and call 911 or anything?
I did not.
Did you at any point call 911?
I did not.
And your testimony is that Mr. Sullivan ran the groceries over when he pulled into the driveway too, correct?
Yes.
And the first impact that Mr. Sullivan's car had with your sister's vehicle was where was that?
It was at the tail light, I would say,
On which side?
on the passenger side.
Okay. If I can have just a moment.
Sure.
Going back earlier in the day, when you and Mr. Sullivan first started arguing, was that at your residence in Brownstown?
Yes.
Okay. Did you go anywhere else with Mr. Jason before going to your parents' house?
Objections
Yes.
are relevant.
She testified about the arguments and everything leading up. I think it's relevant in terms of cross-exam judge.
I'll allow a little.
Yeah.
Okay, where else did you stop?
We were at his mother's before we went to my dad's.
Okay, and his mother lives relatively close to your dad, correct?
Yes.
And when you were at his mother's house, you weren't arguing, correct?
We split ways, kind of arguing.
Okay, let me backtrack a little bit. Approximately how long were you at his mother's house?
Maybe like a half an hour, 45 minutes.
Okay. During that half hour, 45 minutes, you were at the house. Were you arguing with Mr. Sullivan?
No, he was inside his house, his mom's.
Okay. And then you left, and at that point, whoa, I'm sorry. So you guys were not arguing while at his mom's house, and then that's when you decided to go to your dad's house, correct?
I don't know where you're going. You're gonna start over, what?
Okay. You decided to go to your father's house from Mr. Sullivan's mom's house, correct?
Yep.
Okay. And you guys had not been actively arguing at that point?
We were arguing when we split ways.
Okay, and what was the argument about when you split ways?
Because he didn't want me to go over there.
Okay. But during that whole 30, 45-minute time frame, you guys were not arguing at his parents'
No,
house?
because he was inside his mom's and I was sitting in my car.
Okay. You never went inside his mom's house at any point?
Not that time, no.
Okay. Right. Nothing more for this witness, Judge.
Ms. Morgan,
People don't have anything further either, Judge.
Ms. Morgan, you can step down, watch your step. Is Ms. Morgan free to leave?
Yes, Judge. Will you go back to the witness room? The people called Jerry Morgan.
Is there a Joanna Morgan, or do we have a name wrong? Because the complaint says Jerry and Joanna.
That was Joanna.
That's her name, Joanna.
Oh, I thought she said Catherine.
That's her middle name.
Ah, I missed the first, okay. I'm not as confused as I was.
Well, all I heard was Catherine too, and I verified it. And then she asked her to say her name again.
All the way up front, sir.
We'll just note, what's in his hand is his subpoena, not any sort of document.
Mr. Morgan, would you raise your right hand for it? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Have a seat right here. Go ahead, counsel.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning. Can you state your name for the record?
Jerry Allen Morgan.
Mr. Morgan, are you familiar with 15528 Orchard Ave?
That is my house.
Were you at that location on October 3rd of 2020?
Yes,
Did something happen on that day that brings you to court?
yes,
Are you familiar with a Jason Sullivan?
yes,
Are you familiar with Jason Sullivan?
yes.
How are you familiar with him?
I know he was dating my daughter, but I only seen him maybe 3 times in my life, and she was with him for almost a year. But we haven't exchanged more than 10 words.
Okay, but you know that he was dating your daughter.
Yes,
Was he dating your daughter on October 3rd?
I believe so. I think she told me that she kicked him out. They were breaking up that day.
Objection to hearsay.
That's fine. Okay, so I don't want to talk about what other people said, okay? Just what you know, okay?
Just what I know.
Did you see Mr. Sullivan at your house on October 3rd?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember what time of day?
It was right before the time change, right after Halloween. It was right around dark. Because it was still somewhat daylight, but.
Okay.
So it was around 7:30, 8 o'clock-ish.
Okay. How does Mr. Sullivan arrive at that location?
What do you mean? How does he?
Does he walk? Does
He drove.
Okay.
He drove a silver I don't know, it's a Monte Carlo or.
But it was was it a sedan?
It was a car.
Okay. What happens when Mr. Sullivan arrives at your house?
Well, my daughter arrives first.
Okay, and
Okay.
where are you when your daughter arrives?
I'm sorry,
Where are you in the house?
I was in my driveway working on another vehicle.
Okay,
I'm a mechanic by trade.
okay. So how long between when your daughter gets to your house does Mr. Sullivan show up?
Right behind him, within 2 or 3 minutes.
Okay. What happens at that point?
She brought her car to me because she said he busted her floor shifter. And me being a mechanic, she asked me if I could take a look at it. And I
Okay,
said, yeah, bring it by and I'll take a look at it. So my gates are open. When you get to my house, pull up right up through my gates and park. And I'll take a break from the other vehicle that I was working on, and I'll take a quick look at
Okay.
hers and see what was going on with it.
when she comes
Okay,
over,
when-
does she pull up through the gate?
No, he pulled, he shut his headlights off. He drove past my house and she said, oh my God, Dad, that's him. And his headlights were off. He, according to my mom, which lives next door to me, and a witness
Okay.
across the street.
So I don't wanna talk about them, just what you saw. Okay, so he
He
drives,
drove by front of my house.
okay, what does he do after that?
Less than 5 minutes later, he comes back and he parks on the street at the end of my driveway. Now, we live in a subdivision. So he's blocking the end of my driveway. He rolled down the window and he had some words with my daughter. And my daughter said, Dad, let me handle it. You don't need to be getting yourself all hyped up over this.
Okay,
So
so I just, when we're testifying, when we're taking testimony, I just wanna try to break it up a little bit, okay? Because somebody's taking down what you're saying, so I want it to be clear. So let's try to just answer one question at a time
Okay.
and take pauses in the middle, okay?
This is all new to me, so.
No, that's okay. Learning experience. So your daughter and Mr. Sullivan have exchanged words.
Yes,
This is when he is past your house for the second time
the
now.
second time. He stopped in front of my house and they had words through the window and then he opened the door and got out of the car.
What does he do when he gets out?
He stayed on the driver's side of the car, which is parked on the street. I never seen him from the waist down, never.
Okay.
And he stayed on the driver's side and they talked over the roof of the car.
Do you see Mr. Sullivan in the courtroom?
My eyes are blurry from this. I'm going through this hyperbaric oxygen chamber treatment. 5 days, 2 hours a day, 5 days a week, and it plays with my eyes. So, I mean, even you are a blur right now. My long distance vision, more than 10 feet away, is kind of blurry.
Okay, did you see Mr. Sullivan when you came in?
Yeah, I believe that's him right there.
Okay. Judge, the record reflect that this witness has identified the defendant in this case?
Any objection?
If you could just identify any type of clothing or.
What's he wearing, Mr. Morgan?
Gray shirt, or gray, is it a gray jacket with a black shirt? I'm getting a glare through that glass, and he's wearing a black shirt.
Okay.
Now may the record,
I'll know.
thank you. Okay, so he gets out of the car and he's standing at the driver's side. What happens next?
He was there trying to get her to leave with him. And I don't remember exactly the words she said, let me handle it, Dad. I was just there. She said, I was just out to look at her car.
Okay, what does
Okay.
Mr. Sullivan do after he gets out of the car?
He gets out of the car. They have words over the roof of the car. He says, I want some groceries out of the back seat of her car, which was parked in my driveway up inside my gates.
Okay, so pause. Does your daughter get the groceries?
Let's back things up because I know you got a picture of a baseball bat.
Hold on.
Okay, let's let her ask the
Yeah,
questions.
we'll get there, okay?
Okay.
Does your daughter get the groceries?
She gets the groceries.
What does she do with them?
She walks them out and puts them on the sidewalk,
Okay, what are you doing at this point?
standing up by the side of my house.
Okay, do you have anything?
I have a baseball bat in my hand and my phone in my hand.
Okay, what are you doing with the baseball bat?
She said, I'm afraid of him. I've never seen him in this much of a rage before.
Okay, but only tell
Okay.
me, what are you doing with
I'm
it?
standing there. I'm leaning on it.
You're
Leaning on it like a cane, leaning on it. I was not swinging it, not threatening, never brought it up, never said a word about a bat.
Okay.
It was just visible. It
Okay.
was visible.
So, for the record, Mr. Morgan is, I don't know if you can see it. He's, like he has the bat in his hand, putting his hand down.
That's
and
all I
leaning-
did.
and
I
hold on,
never-
Hold on. And was leaning over it, for the record. That's the motion he was
So,
making.
so just for clarification, if I may, Judge.
Sure.
So, Mr. Morgan, you testified, you're making a vertical up and down motion, correct?
All I did was say, I was leaning on it.
Listen to the question and answer what she's asking you.
All I did was lean on it like a cane.
When you just showed me how you were doing it, were you making a vertical motion up and down?
No swinging, no nothing, no pointing. I didn't point it at him, nothing. I just had it in my hand.
Okay. So you were essentially leaning on it like you would a cane,
like a cane,
with the bat
just letting
vertically
him know
standing
that
up.
I had it.
But the bat was vertically standing up.
It was vertically standing up. I was leaning on like a cane. I was not swinging it. I was not pointing it in any direction.
Okay.
Nothing.
Do you ever, and this is a yes or no, do you ever threaten Mr. Sullivan with the bat?
Never.
Okay.
Nope.
What happens after your daughter puts the groceries on the driveway?
I told him, I said, because she kept telling him, go back to the trailer and we'll talk when I get done, when my dad gets done with my car.
Okay.
Okay.
What happens next?
I said, she gave you what you wanted, now leave, or I'm calling the police. And when I said police, I know that he has a matter going on in Brownstown, he jumped in he ran and he was by the back quarter of his car on the driver's side. I'd never seen him from the waist down.
Okay.
He jumped in the driver's seat, he backed up and cut the wheel hard to the right, and my daughter was standing next to me, out by the side of my house, not in the front yard.
Okay.
Okay,
Are you
my
on the
daughter-
driveway?
In my driveway, my
What?
daughter said, Dad, oh my God, Dad, he's cutting the wheel to the right, and she takes off running backwards. And he floored it up the driveway, pinned me between his car and a Jeep, pushed the Jeep into the side of my house, busted the siding and my kitchen window on my house. My leg was pinned between it. I was immediately rushed by ambulance. to
Okay,
Oakley.
hold on. One step at a time, okay? So you see him cut the wheel, you see the
Cut
wheel,
the wheel, and he floored
You-
it up my driveway.
you see him accelerate.
Yep.
Was he going fast?
Oh yeah, he ran the groceries right over.
Okay,
There's pictures of that.
and then you said he pinned you in between his car and,
Yep, and he crushed my left knee.
okay. What happens at that point? Do you call the police?
I hopped, whatever happened to his car, I know it was immobile, because it had to be flatbedded out of there. From what I was told, I was at the hospital when all
Do
this
you
was going on.
get
I
out?
got out, when his axle popped, or ball joint or whatever, it was like the car went in neutral, and they separated.
Okay,
Okay, when they
So when he-
separated, my leg came out, and I hopped across my front yard to my mom, who lives next door. I went to her back door, and I said, Mom, call an ambulance and call the police.
do the police come?
Immediately,
Do you talk to the police?
yes,
Do you go to the hospital?
yes,
And Mr. Sullivan was the one that was driving the car?
yes,
That pinned you?
yeah, yes, for sure.
Did he say anything to you at all?
After when she gave him the groceries, he said, "This doesn't concern you, old man. Stay out of it. Mind your own business."
Okay, does he
And
say
then
anything else?
I got hit.
Does he say anything else to you? It's
I
okay if
was
you
in
don't,
pain.
it's okay if you
I
don't
was in a lot
remember.
of pain. I was sitting on the back porch and they were taking pictures of my leg
Okay.
and they.
So it's okay
I
if you
don't
don't
really remember too much after that because I was in a lot of pain.
Okay. I don't have anything further for this witness.
They did, well, one more thing. for the
Hold on,
state.
hold on,
Hold
hold on. There's no questions on the floor.
I'm
Okay,
sorry.
Mr. Sullivan, or I'm sorry, Mr. Morgan. So you testified your mother lives next door to you.
Yes,
And so her address is the 15542 Orchard
Yes.
Avenue, correct?
yes.
Okay. And you said that, on the day of this incident, on October 3rd, Mr. Sullivan came to your house around dusk.
Yeah, it was right at, I remember it was right when the time change, that was, I believe it was that night, it was right after Halloween. No, Halloween was the end of the month. But it was right around dusk, 7:30, 8 o'clock, just starting to get dark.
Okay. And during the course of this exchange and this incident, it actually ended up getting dark out, right?
Yeah, it got dark. When the ambulance got there, the police told me, if you want to save that leg, we'll get a statement from you from the hospital, which they never did.
Okay.
But
Mr. Morgan?
You need to get in the ambulance and get to the hospital. We'll talk to you there because you're gonna lose that leg if you don't go.
Okay, Mr. Morgan, when I'm asking a question, I need you to answer directly just the question that I ask, okay? All right, so You testified that you were in your backyard working on a car when your daughter arrived.
Yes,
Okay.
exactly.
Did you go inside the house at all before she arrived or when she arrived? Or let me break that up. Did you go into the house before she arrived?
When she arrived and he passed my house in the dark with his headlights off, she said, "Oh my God, dear, that's him." She said, "I'm afraid of him." I said,
Okay,
"Really?"
Mr. Morgan, my question is, when your daughter arrived.
Yes, I stepped inside the house. I had kept a baseball bat by my back door and by my front door because I live alone and I've had problems with break-ins.
Okay, so you have two baseball bats in your house, one by the front door, one by the back door.
I reached in the one arm in the back door, grabbed the bat, and I came out of the house. Yes.
Okay, did you and Miss Morgan have any conversations on the front porch while you?
No.
Okay, so you guys were in the backyard during this whole
They never came
time?
by the front, out of the backyard.
And so you are familiar with the tumultuous relationship that your daughter had with Mr. Sullivan before this incident, correct?
I heard he was abusive.
So
from my grandkids and him and my youngest son got into it. He was staying with my youngest son and they got into it.
you were aware that they were having issues in their
Yes.
relationship?
Yes.
Okay. And you did not like Mr. Sullivan, correct?
No, just by what my grandkids had told me.
Okay. And did you voice your dislike for Mr. Sullivan to your daughter?
I said he wasn't welcome at my house.
Okay.
And he never came to my house.
And this was the first time he actually came to your house that you were aware of?
Well, except for when they first started dating. And that was like 10 months later.
Okay. And you testified that you live in a subdivision?
I live in a subdivision.
Okay. Can you describe the street that you live on? Is it like a dead end, a cul-de-sac?
It's just a straight on, it's a regular straight through street.
Okay.
Okay, no dead end at the end of it or nothing.
But
You
it
can
is
turn the corner and go around the block.
It is a subdivision, so if you're unfamiliar with it, it's easy to get lost in the subdivision, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you testified that when Mr. Sullivan pulls up, he rolls his window, or he gets out of the vehicle, right?
I believe I believe he rolled the passenger window down and talked through the window, and then he said, "Come on, leave the car here. We'll come back tomorrow and get it." And she said, "I'm not leaving with you. Go back to the trailer and we'll talk when I get there."
Okay.
That's when he got out of the car and they started talking over the roof.
Okay, and when they have this exchange through the window, they're talking back and forth with each other.
Yes.
And then is your daughter yelling at Mr. Sullivan, or?
She's telling him to leave. That they
Was
are
her-
done.
Was her voice raised?
No, I think she was afraid of him.
My question was her voice raised?
Yeah, probably to some extent.
Okay.
From what I remember, to some extent, yes. There wasn't no cussing or anything like that, but
They were just yelling and
they
arguing
were
back
just
and forth.
yelling and arguing back and forth. She said, "We're done. I asked you to leave."
And he's just asking her to come with him, and
He said, "I'm not leaving." After she gave him the groceries, he said, "I'm not leaving without you."
okay. And he stays in the street area the whole time.
The whole time. I never walked out past the side of my house. I never walked to the front yard.
And when you are holding the bag, you are on the side of your house.
The side of my house.
And are you in between your house and the black SUV that was parked, or are you on the other side of the SUV?
There was, when I got out of that SUV that was next to my house, I got out the driver's door when I parked it there. After this happened, it was pushed up against the side of my house. I was standing on the side of the Jeep, not between the Jeep and my house.
Okay, so you were on the passenger side of the
I was
Jeep.
on the passenger side rear quarter,
Okay, in the driveway.
but in the driveway by the back tire.
Okay. And again, you were holding onto the bat vertically?
Yeah, it was, leaning on it like it was a cane.
Okay, and Mr. Morgan, you own firearms, correct?
Yes, but they're locked in a safe.
Okay, and you have hunting rifles?
I have hunting rifles, yes.
Do you have shotguns?
Shotgun, yep.
So you have long guns?
Yeah, they're all locked in a case.
Okay. And Mr. Sullivan was aware that you had firearms, correct?
Well, I'm
Objection to what
I'm
Mr., hold on, objection to what Mr. Sullivan was aware of.
To your knowledge, do you know if Mr. Sullivan was aware of you owning firearms?
Yeah, I don't know if he's ever poked his head in my bedroom, because they're all locked in my bedroom. My bedroom is a built-in addition
Have
on
you-
the back of the house.
So the answer is you don't know if he knows.
I don't know if he knows.
Correct. Thank
Have you ever threatened to shoot him or harm him?
Never. Nope. Never. I don't believe in that. I've never fired my handguns. Never. I took hunter safety.
Mr. Morgan, you need to answer the questions that I asked, okay? And you testified then after your daughter was arguing back and forth with Mr. Sullivan, you then interjected yourself and told Mr. Sullivan to leave, correct?
Yes. I said, she gave you what you wanted, please leave now or I'm calling the police.
Okay, did you physically threaten him at any point then?
Nope.
Okay.
No.
And you claim that you did not at any time lift the bat up?
Nope. My daughter asked me to let her handle it.
Okay. And so your testimony is that you at never at any point swung the bat
Never.
when Mr. Sullivan, you need to let me finish the question, Mr. Morgan, before you answer, because we have the court reporter that's trying to take down everything, and she can't get your response if I'm still talking,
I
okay?
understand.
At any point when Mr. Sullivan's car was moving into your driveway, did you swing the baseball bat at his vehicle?
No. I turned around and I got knocked to the ground.
Okay. And you testified that after you were injured, you went over to your mother's house?
Yes.
And was there a specific reason why you didn't go inside your own house?
Because the way I was pinned in between the cars, my front door was locked. I'd had to go around him to get into my back door. So it was easier for me to hop across my front yard and go to her back door.
Okay.
And I knew her back door was open. I knew she was home.
Okay.
Me and my mom are best friends.
Okay. And it's true that you had mentioned to the first responders that you could have went in your house and got a firearm too, correct?
No, I did not. No,
So if that's on the video, that's not correct?
no. I've never been interviewed.
When you first, I'm talking about when the police first arrived on the scene and were talking to you about what happened.
Yeah, I was sitting on my mom's back porch.
Yes, that is what I'm referring to.
Yeah, no,
You never mentioned that?
I never said nothing. I was rushed off in the ambulance and that was it.
Okay.
I never
So
said.
you had to wait for the ambulance to get there first, correct?
The police got there first and then the ambulance, they thought my daughter was injured too. It was 2 police cars at first and 2 ambulances. One of the neighbors thought my daughter was injured too.
Did you actually end up ever giving a written statement to the police about this?
No,
Okay,
nobody came and seen me at the hospital.
okay, I just wanted to.
Somebody at the hospital did. They came and seen me, but it was somebody to do with the hospital.
Okay. Just a moment, Judge.
Sure.
Nothing further, Judge.
Nothing further from the people, Judge.
Mr. Morgan, thank you for your time. You can step down. Watch your step on that incline ramp, please.
Okay, thank you.
You're
No
welcome.
further
Do
witnesses.
I need to keep this?
No, you can leave that right there and we'll throw it away for you.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
If there's anything else I can do to help, you let me know.
Thank you, sir. Safe to assume that the defense is not going to put on a witness.
No, Judge.
I'll be in just a moment, okay?
Arguments, ladies?
Judge, both Ms. Morgan and Mr. Morgan indicated that Mr. Sullivan came over, that there was a verbal argument, and then at some point he gets back into his car and accelerates his car, cutting, I believe, hard right up the driveway where 2 people were standing. Ms. Morgan indicated that she ran, but had she still been standing there, the car would have also hit her. So people believe that they met their burden at probable cause standard, and respectfully to ask this court to bind over reserve further argument for rebuttal.
Thank you, Ms. Vargas.
Judge, I would object for the record for both, but specifically when it comes to Ms. Morgan, Your Honor, she testified that she was in the area of the driveway by the back passenger SUV, the black SUV, that she did move out of the way when the car was driving into the driveway. Additionally, Judge, there is inconsistencies between both her father's testimony and her testimony in which the court could consider credibility under People versus Anderson in terms of bind over decision. Again, this Mr. Morgan testified in terms of him that he came out of the house with a baseball bat, that there was the exchange of words between him and Mr. Sullivan, and that he told Mr. Sullivan to leave. Again, I do think there is an issue in terms of self-defense in this case, but obviously that is a question for the finder of fact, but I would just object to bind over for both charges, Judge.
Thank you. I do find probable cause to bind Mr. Sullivan over on both counts. AOI date will be March 29 at 9. Hang on to your postcard, Mr. Sullivan. Ladies, anything as to bond?
Judge, not to bond, but I would just note that in addition to changing the address of people, are moving to amend the information to add the motor vehicle, committing of a felony using a motor vehicle advisory. It doesn't change like the term of the sentencing or anything, just in regards to collateral things, driving privileges and things like that.
Okay, noted.
Yes, Judge, and this courtier did advise me of that before proceeding today.
Thank you. Good luck downtown, Mr. Sullivan. Thank you, ladies.
Thank you, have a good day.
You as well.
Is it you on Wednesday, Judge?
I don't know. Paul, is it us on Wednesday?
No,
We've got
We
this,
did the last
we've got this
two
new schedule. I haven't
Wednesdays.
figured
It's
it out.
every two, right?
I haven't
You-
figured it out.
every 4. We do 2, and then like Judge Green will do 2. Judge
Right,
Martin will
but
do
it's,
2.
everybody does 2 in a row now. It's not only 1 in a row.
I get so confused with the rotation with everybody.
No, and
got the
I
hard
like
drive
have to
open.
log on to like 4 different
Zooms
Zooms
to
to figure out.
who has the
It turned out, you know what it was? The time was bad on the state conservative, that's why it wasn't accepted.
Go ahead and.
Yeah.
find out,
Don't
because
give
I
me
don't want there to be any issues. Because she's gonna talk to her first,
So
I'll
I wouldn't
meet you out
accept
front.
my password because
As
the
soon as I
time
fixed
was
the time,
wrong.
everything was fine.
Go to the corner,
Yeah, don't give me more now, because the server showed where it was, oh, I changed the time on 14th of March.
All right,
So yeah, same password, whatever, you know, and I already put the hard drive up on that one, just to make sure.
okay. Well, actually, I wanted to change the password to say he just gave me that.
Right, I mean, you tell me what you want it to be, I can change it.
Okay, good. I'll give that to you right
Yeah,
now.
and I'll get it all, make sure it works all the way through.
Oh, that guy was.
Well, you got a
loud.
great cute picture of your grandchild there.
I was just gonna say, I
Oh.
want the grandbaby update.
Oh, my God, he is, she's getting ready to deliver April 22nd.
Wow.
What is she having?
Huh?
What is she
A
having?
girl.
Oh, so, right, so one of each now, right? Or
Yep,
whatever? Wow, you're lucky.
Yeah, she is ready to go. She's,
Yeah.
poor baby. He is so sweet though. You know, I take every Friday off as a vacation day and I get him all day. She brings him in the morning and then I get him all day. And they pick him up about 7:30 at night.
Uh-huh.
And, oh, we have the best time. We go for walks and, I mean, it's so cute. He really is funny. And when his mom and dad come,
Sorry.
she gives me a good picture of him on the way home like this.
Yeah.
Grandma wears them out.
Oh
Yeah.
my God, it's cute. Well, Grandpa does too. That's so it's so cute.
Yeah, but that picture you got of him there, the way he's looking at the camera, that's a great shot.
He's so
Great
cute.
shot.
I've got the updated ones.
Oh, okay,
now.
because that's the one on the wall you got right now. So.
He
This one?
is the one on, oh yeah, I. Crap.
All right, have a good afternoon.
Thank you. I forgot to unlock coming down.
Thanks, guys.
Hey, Stephanie,
Yeah.
just real quick, I gotta show you.
Oh, the picture?
Yeah, it's just so cute, it's too cute. This is, St. Patrick's Day.
Oh. He is so cute. How old is this one?
He'll be August 5th. That is my baby, it's my honey.
Is that your first grandson or your first grandkid with him?
He's yeah.
The only? Right now?
And, yeah, my older son, he's 40, and his fiance is 40, and she wants any more kids. She has a 17-year-old.
Oh, wow.
And, you know, they have a house and everything, but I don't think any babies are on the way.
Yeah.
I am gonna have grandson and granddaughter, so they don't know what they're gonna name the little girl yet. But I know she always has to know everything she can find out, because she's one of those that has to have everything in place. Everything, a month before the baby is due.
Believe me, I can relate.
She's so funny. But I wish I knew what the little girl's name was gonna be, because I do a lot of things like crochet and stuff.
Oh, so you could make something.
And whenever I make something, I had these little tags made, and it said, made especially for Zachary, with lots of love from Nana. And then I have my name, Nana Paula, on there. And I want to get tags for her too, but I need to know what name to put on. We'll see you
I hope
later.
everything goes well with her delivery.
Thank you.
Have you ever had another home?
Yeah, I just talked a bit, and I know that the big breakdown communication, part of the breakdown between Al, guy Friday, guy that you today, either you didn't hear from the dog, or you sent it all in that. Well, how many people are you hiring? And I'm always there, 4 or 5 guys on the restaurant, clients, if you really want. So we just gotta follow all the way there.
Oh, wow, okay. They got it really spaced out.
Wow, I didn't even know. All right, now this is the fun part. Which way are we gonna get?
I think,
I think I'm on this side.
but it does seem like your side.
Right. Yeah, I'm thinking I'm here and you're
Yeah, I
there.
think so.
I think,
I think.
like, you know, they don't let us in the courtrooms very much anymore right now, so it's hard to remember. I wonder wonder if they have one of those cords. Oh, yeah, there it is.
You know, my,
Oh, now what? What happened?
the interview with the Sun, this is blank.
Oh, it is?
Yes.
Oh,
Everything else works except for this one.
all right. I can make a note and send it over to you.
Okay, you're gonna send it like by evidence.com or you want this disc?
I think, no, I'll just give you a new disk.
Oh, okay.
Because none of the stuff is uploaded, so it's
Okay.
just easier for me to
Yeah,
just.
it asked me if I wanted to format it.
What?
Yeah, it said disk blank. But other than that, everything else is cool.
Just had this in my office like less than an hour ago. And I just want to scream sometimes. I hate technology, I hate technology. What are you getting mad at? I'm not even turning it on. Oops. Ah, here it goes. Look here.
You're right, you're right. You ready, Paula? Yes, right there. Okay. Please rise. Before district court's now in session, will Brian Murphy preside.
Have a seat. Are you on?
I am.
All right, People versus Terrence O'Neill, appearances, please.
And please the court, Mary Ann Bruder on behalf of the people, P 55239.
Thank you.
And good afternoon, Your Honor. Nicole James appearing on behalf of Mr. O'Neill.
Thank you, ladies. I'm okay if you jump up to talk, but you don't have to jump up to talk. I'm not going to take it as disrespectful if you don't. And masks, I'm okay with masks on or off. I think we've got plenty of distance, so whatever you're comfortable with. With that, ladies, are we ready?
Your Honor, the only thing, I'm trying to get my computer set up so that when we get to that point, I can just play this disc, but my computer's having funny, so I'm happy to
Okay.
start, and then if we could just take a little break when it's
Sure.
that time, Your Honor, that would be just being silly. We do have a couple of stipulations, Your Honor.
Knock yourself out.
First stipulation is People's Proposed Exhibit Number 1, which is the ME's certified report. Under the rule, Your Honor, I would ask that it be admitted.
Ms. James, stipulation?
No objection for
Thank you.
exam purposes, Your Honor.
Understood.
Okay, proposed exhibits 2. Let me just make sure I did it right. 2 through 6, Your Honor, are all photographs. They were photographs taken by Detective Dale Harrison from the police department. It was here and available to lay a foundation for these, but I believe we have a stipulation to admit them for purposes of exam, and they accurately depict what are shown in each of the pictures.
No objection for exam purposes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
I put them on the back too. But it's in your order.
And Ms. Bruder, you've got a DVD you're going to show at some point?
Yes, Your Honor.
Would you like me to have my tech guy work on putting it up here
Sure, that would be fab.
while we start
Fabulous.
taking testimony?
That would be great.
Would you mind?
Thank you.
You're welcome. I'd rather watch it up there than your laptop. I
Well,
think.
that was the plan and I brought my little
Oh, okay.
special thing
Let's
to
just see if
plug
you
it
can't get
in
it to
and.
play directly from there. Go ahead.
I just want to make sure she's. I believe that that's all of our stipulations, and the people are prepared to call our first witness whenever the court's ready. And the-
I'm ready.
Thank you. At this time, the people would call Terrence O'Neill II, Your Honor. He's just in the hallway.
Thank you, Joe.
Karen. Karen.
All the way up front, sir. Mr. O'Neill, raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
All right, watch your step on my incline ramp. Come on up here. You're gonna have a seat right here with me. Would you hand me that piece of paper there? That was some trash left from the last one. Thank you, sir. Right here. Make yourself comfortable.
I'm sorry, Ms. Kruger. What is this?
I'm sorry, I just gave you a witness list if you wanted it. Sometimes people
Thank you
like
so
a witness
much.
list.
Thank
That's
you.
all.
Ms. Brody, your witness.
Thank you, Your
Oh,
Honor.
first, before you start, you got your disc?
Yes. It should be,
Fred, could you try to see if we can get that to play? Please, thank you.
should be in my laptop. In here. Hold on. Do you want just the disc or you want the whole
Just the
thing?
disc.
Okay. You are.
Thanks, Fred.
Thank you so much. So I can close all this down? I don't need this part of it, sir?
Oh, we should not.
Okay.
Provided we can get it working in here, we should be fine.
Okay, well, then I'll just leave it and close it and make it easier. Okay. Okay, I'm ready, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Mr. O'Neill, can you tell us your full name, please?
Terrence O'Neill II.
Oh, please, louder, louder, please.
Terrence O'Neill II.
That's okay. Mr. O'Neill, you need to speak as loud as if you're talking to the very last chair over there, okay?
Okay.
All right, and you need to make sure that your answers are out loud in order to be, because this is being recorded.
Mr. O'Neill, I'm okay. If you're comfortable with the mask off, we're okay. We got enough distance in the courtroom.
Okay.
Either way, whatever you're comfortable with.
Okay. You okay? All right. Mr. O'Neill, do you know Belinda O'Neill?
Yes,
How do you know her?
that's my mother.
Okay, and do you know Terrence O'Neill?
Yes, ma'am.
Who's that?
My father.
Okay, do you see Terrence O'Neill here somewhere in the courtroom?
Yes.
Okay, can you point to him and tell us something he's wearing?
Green shirt.
He's sitting at a council table?
Yes.
Okay,
Noted for the record.
thank you. Mr. O'Neill, were your parents married?
Yes.
And do you know how long they were married
Uh,
as of November of 2019?
41 years.
And do you know where they were living at?
Belleville, Michigan.
And I'm gonna draw your attention to November 5th, 2019.
Okay.
Do you recall that day?
Yes.
Okay. Did something unusual happen?
Yes.
What happens?
I received a phone call right around a little after 1 o'clock in the morning, about 1:18, 1:20. And
From whom?
my father, Terrence O'Neill. And when I answered, he was a little intoxicated. He said he messed up, trying to figure out what was going on. Like man got pulled over by the police or something. He said I shot and killed your mother. Come on, man. Trying to go to sleep, and I was working in the morning. And he said, no, I'm very serious, son. I said, well, I'm on my way. So don't worry about coming. I'm about to blow my brains out.
I'm sorry, you said, don't worry about coming. I didn't hear the rest of it.
Don't worry about coming. I'm about to blow my brains out.
And then what happens?
He on the phone.
Okay, do you do something then?
I called the police, called 911. Pretty much told him what my father told me. I didn't know if it was the truth or not, but I was on my way out to the house to, see what was going on.
How far away at that time did you live from your parents' home?
Roughly 25, 30 minutes.
Okay. Did you do anything else after you called 911?
Pretty much just put on my clothes and headed out to my parents' house.
Okay. And did you have another conversation with your father?
Not before I came to the house, but after I left the police station.
Okay.
After I was questioned.
All right. And so you said that you got dressed, got in your car, and start towards your parents' house.
Yes.
And for the record, your parents live, what's their address? Do you know?
7020 Bay Drive, Michigan.
And is that in Van Buren Township?
I'm sorry, Van Buren, Michigan.
That's okay. And you said it takes you about 20 minutes to get there?
25, 30.
Okay. And you eventually arrive at the home?
Yes.
Okay. When you get there, what do you do?
Well, I've noticed a lot of police cars and police presence at the residence. Looked through the window, I seen police officers inside the house, so I knew something was going on. Officers, addressed themselves. I addressed myself, and he said, "We can't find your father, but your mother is assigned deceased." So from there, we went to the police station. I gave my statement. Pretty much let me go after that.
Okay. And after you leave the police station, you said you had another conversation with your father?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know when that was?
Had to be a little after 3 a.m.
Did you call him or did he call you?
He called me.
Okay. And what happened?
He just said, he messed up. He's gonna kill himself. I laughed. Where are you? He wouldn't tell me where he was at, but he just said, "Don't worry about him. Take himself out."
Okay. Do you have any other communications with your father then?
At that time?
Yes, at that time.
No.
Now, did you know your parents to own a gun?
Yes.
Was it your mom's gun, your dad's gun, or both?
Father.
All right. And how many guns did he have?
Few.
All right. Did he have those while you were growing up as a child?
Yes.
All right. And did he ever talk to you about gun safety? What did he tell you?
Pretty much, guns, they can do harm if an individual, pick it up and actually use it. Guns are pretty much harmless if they sit on the table. You pick up a weapon and squeeze the trigger. Guns is going to do what a gun's going to do.
Was there ever a time when you went to a gun range with your father?
Yes.
How many times would you say you've gone to a gun range with your father?
Guys, I'm gonna object to relevant.
Ms. Bruder?
Your Honor, I think that it's relevant for some background information regarding Mr. O'Neill, the defendant here. I believe one of the, you know what, I'll move on, Your Honor.
Okay.
It's okay. Do you know, you know what, I'll strike that. Has there ever been a history between your parents of domestic violence?
In the 80s and 90s.
Do you know, were you living at home during that time?
Yes.
All right. And were there ever times when police were called?
No.
Were there ever times when there were any guns involved during the domestic violence situations?
Might have drew a gun out but never used it.
And who drew out the gun?
My father.
Do you know, if I may just have one moment. Was there ever a time when your mother left your father?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know when the most recent time that happened compared to the November 2019?
Probably like 2015, if I can recall.
Okay. And she moved out of state?
She moved out of state, Texas.
Do you know when she came back?
right around April of 2016.
And did she go back to your father?
Yes.
Do you know of your father having, consumes alcohol
Yes.
excessively?
Your Honor, I'm gonna object. Speculation.
I can lay a foundation.
Go ahead.
How often did you see your parents?
Almost 3 or 4 times a week.
Okay. And would you see them at their home?
Yes.
Would they come to your home?
Every so often, but I usually go to their home.
All right. And during the times that you saw your parents, were there times when your father was consuming alcohol?
Yes.
Okay. And was there times when he would consume alcohol too much?
Yes.
And does that change how your father responds to things?
Yes.
In what way?
Violently. Not violently, but it's out of the ordinary.
Okay.
Confrontational.
I'm sorry?
Confrontational.
Confrontational. Okay. Thank you. I don't have any other questions.
Ms. James?
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Excuse me. Now, Mr. O'Neill, a few questions for you, okay?
Okay.
Now, you indicated that there was domestic violence in the 80s and 90s. You have to answer out loud.
Yes, ma'am.
That's okay. We'll remind you.
Okay.
You're saying that you saw your father put his hands on your mother?
Yes.
But since the 80s and 90s, you hadn't seen anything else?
No, probably like early 2000 maybe, but no, nothing, he calmed down a lot of that,
You said he calmed down a lot of that. What does that mean?
Just, putting his hands on her, he calmed down,
I'm sorry,
he changed his ways of, dealing with things.
Okay, so he changed his ways. Now, had you, the day that you received this call from your father,
Yes.
Did he seem to be intoxicated at that time?
Yes.
And did he appear to be distraught when you were talking with him?
Not distraught, but more so in shock that, like I don't believe I did this.
Okay. Did he say those words that he didn't believe he did this?
No.
What words did he use?
I killed your mother. I shot and killed your mother.
You said he indicated I messed up.
Yes.
Okay. At that time, did you ask him what that meant?
Yeah, I asked him, what you messed up, because he told me he messed up first.
Okay.
He didn't tell me that he shot and killed my mother first.
Okay.
So I said, what's going on, talk to me. Thinking, probably got pulled over or something, went to the store or whatever, but when he told me that, I was like, damn, you serious,
Okay.
He said, yeah, I'm very serious, son. I'm not playing.
And so, you say you wouldn't describe him as distraught, you would say he was in shock, right?
Yeah.
But he also indicated to you that he was gonna kill himself, right?
Yes.
And did you say anything to him when he said those words?
I said, no, don't do that. That's, I'm on my way.
Okay. Now, were you ever able to see your father on that day?
Not that day, but I was with him the night before. Sunday.
This incident happened, you're saying on a Monday?
Monday night going to Tuesday morning. So yeah, it would have been technically Tuesday morning, but I had dinner with him that Sunday night.
Okay. Did anything seem out of the ordinary?
No, actually it was wonderful. We talked about the holiday, gathering, and I went shopping. I dropped the baby off to them, came back, we had dinner, talked, spent a lot of time together, me and my wife and my mom. It was actually wonderful.
Okay. Now, you've already indicated that your parents were married for 41 years, correct?
Yes.
And you've seen them argue before, correct?
Yes.
You would agree that they had normal people, relationship issues at times, right? I'm sorry.
Yes,
Had you ever heard your father threaten to kill your mother?
yes.
When was this?
Various times, years ago, I mean,
And when you say years ago, when was this?
2012, 2013.
In the days leading up to this, I'm sorry, give me 1 second, Judge, if I could.
Sure.
And you spent time with your parents on, you said that Sunday.
Yes.
Okay. And again,